Hello there, Boris Sleepy History here. Tonight we're going back, really far back. We're talking about a moment in human history when everything changed, when people stopped wandering, stopped scattering across the landscape in small family groups, and instead decided to build something massive, something organized, something that would become the template for every city that came after. We're talking about Sumer, the world's first civilization, and specifically about Uruk, which stands as humanity's first true city. 5,000 years ago, Uruk was already ancient history in its own right, 1,000 years old before it reached its absolute peak. Now, the funny thing about civilization is that it doesn't just appear overnight. It doesn't happen because someone woke up one morning and decided, you know what? Let's invent cities. No, it happens because conditions align, because geography cooperates, because a river floods in just the right way, because a bunch of people figure out that together they can do something they could never do alone. Civilization is a solution to a problem. The problem is how to support more people in one place than agriculture at the village level can manage. The problem is how to organize thousands of people with different skills and different needs. The problem is how to store surplus and distribute it fairly. The problem is how to coordinate massive labor projects. Civilization is the answer to all these problems. The Sumerians didn't set out to invent civilization. They set out to survive. They grew crops. They organized labor. They built irrigation systems to manage water from the Tigris and Euphrates. And somewhere in that process, something shifted. Settlements became towns. Towns became cities. Cities became the foundation of everything we call human culture. Everything we call society, law, writing, literature, government, organized religion, art, all of it traces back to the moment when people decided to live together in one place and figure out how to make it work. So before we get into the details of temples and ziggurats and the invention of writing, I want you to understand something fundamental about what this story means. This story is about people solving problems. It's about how necessity drives innovation, how surplus enables specialization, and how a handful of practical decisions made 5,000 years ago would reshape human civilization forever. This is the moment when human history changed direction, when the future branched off into complexity and organization. Like and subscribe if you're interested in how societies actually build themselves from the ground up, how ordinary people made decisions that echoed across millennia. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what you find most fascinating about ancient history. It's always interesting to see what draws people in, what makes them curious about how things used to be. In southern Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, there existed a geographical arrangement that was essentially perfect for the birth of civilization. This region, sometimes called the Fertile Crescent in its broader context, offered something that most of the ancient world didn't have in abundance: predictable water, rich soil, and a climate that could support year-round agriculture. The two rivers didn't just flow through the landscape, they shaped it. Every year, they flooded. Every year, they deposited layers of silt across the floodplain, renewing the soil and making it extraordinarily fertile. This was the gift that made agriculture possible, that made settlement possible, that would eventually make cities possible. But here's the thing. The flooding was also dangerous. Without management, those same floods could destroy crops, wash away settlements, and kill the people depending on the harvest. The Euphrates in particular was unpredictable. Sometimes it flooded at the right time. Sometimes it flooded too early or too late. Sometimes it barely flooded at all. This uncertainty was a constant challenge. You couldn't just settle anywhere. You had to be smart about location. You had to think about elevation, about proximity to the river, about seasonal patterns. So early settlers faced a choice. They could avoid the floodplain entirely, staying in the less fertile regions to the north and west, in the foothills and the steppe, where rainfall was more predictable, but soil was thinner and agriculture was harder. Or they could figure out how to tame the river, to harness its power, to use the floods to their advantage instead of being at their mercy. They chose to tame it. The Sumerians and the cultures before them learned to read the floods. They learned to predict them. They kept records of when floods came, how high they rose, when the water receded. More importantly, they learned to harness them. They built canals and channels that could divert water to fields that needed it. They constructed dikes and reservoirs to store water during dry seasons. They learned to manage timing, directing water when it was needed and holding it back when it threatened to overwhelm everything. They created a system of water management that was so effective it could support a rapidly growing population, that could sustain agricultural production on a scale had never been possible before. But managing water wasn't a solitary activity. A single farmer couldn't build a canal system alone. A single family couldn't maintain dikes across miles of terrain. You needed coordination. You needed planning. You needed people willing to work together toward a common goal. You needed hierarchy and authority to make sure the system didn't collapse, to make sure that one bad decision or one person's negligence didn't ruin everything for everyone else. And if you couldn't rely on individuals to do the work voluntarily, you needed to create institutions that would make sure the work got done. This is where power emerged. Someone had to be in charge of the irrigation system. Someone had to decide when water was released, how it was distributed, who got water, and who didn't. That person had authority. That person could reward those who cooperated and punish those who didn't. That person controlled access to the most essential resource. The environment demanded organization. The land itself was teaching people that survival meant cooperation, and cooperation meant structure, hierarchy, and authority. The rivers made civilization necessary. The surplus that irrigation enabled made it possible. You couldn't have cities without a food surplus. You couldn't have a food surplus without managing water, and you couldn't manage water without central authority. These things were linked. Before the Sumerians rose to dominance, before Uruk became the greatest city in the world, the region had already been home to sophisticated societies for thousands of years. The Ubaid period, stretching from around 6,500 BCE to 4,000 BCE, saw the emergence of organized farming communities throughout southern Mesopotamia and beyond. This was a long period of gradual development, nearly 2,500 years of incremental change that set the foundation for everything that would come later. These weren't just scattered villages anymore. Ubaid settlements were planned. They had recognizable layouts, with buildings arranged in deliberate patterns. They had communal buildings, usually temple structures, that served as centers for both religious and economic activity. The temple wasn't unique to Sumer. It merged during the Ubaid period as the focal point of community life. This makes sense. Religion was how people explained the world. The gods controlled the weather, the floods, fertility, health, death, everything. So the people who understood the gods, the priests, had power. They had authority. They could tell people how to live. And they needed a place where people could gather to honor the gods, to make offerings, to participate in rituals. The temple provided that place. People were already specializing. Some folks farmed, some made pottery, some maintained religious structures, and crucially, some coordinated the distribution of goods and labor. These coordinators were often priests or people associated with the temple. Archaeological evidence shows that Ubaid communities had begun developing irrigation agriculture on a significant scale. They weren't at the level the Sumerians would achieve, but they understood the basics. Dig a canal, direct the water, grow more food, support more people. It's a simple formula, but it was revolutionary. The work was hard. Digging canals by hand, moving soil and rock, all without metal tools or modern machinery. But when it worked, when the water reached the fields and crops responded with abundance, it was worth it. The Ubaid period also saw the emergence of a social hierarchy that would become even more pronounced in Sumerian times. Some people had access to better goods. Some people's houses were larger, made with better materials. Some people's graves, when archaeologists excavated them, contained more and finer objects. Some Pel seemed to have authority over others, seemed to have made decisions that others followed. This wasn't the egalitarian village society of earlier hunter-gatherers. This was the beginning of classes, of ranks, of people organized in layers with some at the top making decisions and others at the bottom doing the work. It wasn't dramatic, not yet. The differences were subtle, but they were there. Pottery tells part of this story in a way that's almost poetic. Ubaid pottery was distinctive. It had a particular style, certain patterns, certain shapes that were recognizable. And it spread across a huge area. You find Ubaid-style ceramics from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean coast. You find them in Syria, in Anatolia, in Iran. This suggests trade, communication, and the movement of goods and ideas across vast distances. It suggests that people weren't living in isolation. They were connected by routes of commerce, and probably by cultural influence as well. Merchants travelled between settlements, ideas spread, techniques were copied. New methods of pottery making spread from place to place, because people who learned them in one settlement brought the knowledge to another. The Ubaid period set the stage for everything that came next. It showed what was possible when people organized themselves around agriculture and centralized institutions. It demonstrated that you could have surpluses. You could grow more food than your immediate family needed. You could store it. You could use it to support people who didn't farm. You could have craftspeople and priests and administrators who weren't farmers. You could build permanent settlements with infrastructure and social structure. You could keep records, develop rituals, establish authority structures that people accepted as legitimate. By the time the Ubaid period gave way to the Uruk period around 4000 BCE, southern Mesopotamia had already experienced thousands of years of development. The foundation was laid, population was growing, agricultural techniques were improving, settlements were becoming denser, trade networks were expanding, and then something shifted again. Something fundamental changed. A new level of complexity emerged. The gap between the biggest settlements and smaller villages widened dramatically. The difference wasn't just quantitative anymore. It was qualitative. The biggest set, Clements, had become something different, and one city in particular, Uruk, began to dominate in a way that nothing had dominated before. Somewhere around 4000 BCE, the Uruk period began. This is when things really accelerated. Historians sometimes divide this period into different phases. The early Uruk period from 4000 to 3500 BCE, and the late Uruk period from 3500 to 3100 BCE. These divisions help us track how fast things were changing. And they were changing incredibly fast. We're talking about generations watching their world transform completely. During the early Uruk period, settlements in the region were still relatively small and scattered. Yes, Uruk existed. Yes, it had temples and organized structures. But it wasn't yet the colossus it would become. People who lived in Uruk at that time would have recognized it as a significant settlement, but they wouldn't have understood what it would become. Then, something happened. Whether it was driven by environmental pressure, by the emergence of more efficient agricultural techniques, by the consolidation of power by a particularly skilled ruler, by improved trade connections bringing wealth into the city, or by some combination of factors, Uruk exploded. It grew and kept growing. The growth wasn't steady. There were probably periods of rapid expansion, followed by periods of consolidation. But the overall trajectory was up. Population doubled, then doubled again. By the end of the Uruk period, around 3100 BCE, Uruk had become something unprecedented in human history. The city and its immediate surroundings held somewhere between 80,000 and 90,000 people. The city proper covered about 250 hectares, which is roughly equivalent to about 600 acres, an enormous area for the ancient world. To put that in perspective, Rome at its height was larger, but Rome came thousands of years later and benefited from centuries of development and an empire's worth of resources. Nothing comparable to Uruk's scale existed anywhere else in the world at that time. This wasn't just a big settlement. This was a true urban centre with all that implies. You had neighbourhoods, you had districts dedicated to specific activities, you had monumental architecture that served religious and political functions. You had temples and administrative buildings and workshops organised in recognisable patterns. You had a division of labour so complete that most of the population never grew food themselves. They were craftspeople, priests, soldiers, administrators, merchants, hawkers, artists, scribes. They depended on other people to feed them. This dependence created a fundamental vulnerability, but also a fundamental necessity. You needed systems of distribution to make sure that food grown in the countryside reached the people in the city. Systems of authority to prevent conflicts, to organize labor, to make decisions about resource allocation. Systems of record keeping, to track what was coming in, what was going out, who owed what, who had paid what. Without these systems, the city couldn't function. With them, it became unstoppable. The city of Uruk probably developed from two earlier settlements that merged. The tradition mentions Unug and Kulaba, two Ubaid period towns that eventually grew together and became one city. We can see this in the Pi cycle geography of the site. There are two distinct temple complexes, suggesting two centers of power that eventually unified. At the heart of each was a temple complex. Uruk had the Iana, the temple complex dedicated to Inanna, goddess of love, fertility, and warfare. Inanna was a powerful deity, sometimes benevolent, sometimes terrifying, always central to Mesopotamian religion. It also had Kulaba, focused on Anu, the sky god. Anu was the oldest of the gods, the sky itself, the realm above the earth where divine power resided. Over centuries, the area between these two temple complexes filled with residential and commercial buildings. Houses were built, markets developed, workshops set up, the urban fabric grew together. The two cities became one, and that unified city became the dominant power in southern Mesopotamia. The growth of Uruk tells us something important about how civilization develops. It tells us that the pressures of population increase and resource management drove consolidation. When two settlements sharing the same region decided to merge, they created something more powerful than either could have been alone. They could pool labor for massive irrigation projects. They could combine military forces for defense or conquest. They could centralize trade, controlling what came in and what went out. They could enforce unified laws and systems of administration across a wider territory. Uruk became the template. Other cities would later follow this pattern. They would merge with neighbors. They would consolidate power. They would create bigger, more complex urban centers. But Uruk got there first. Rising from the center of Uruk stood structures that had never been built before in human history. The most significant was the ziggurat, that massive stepped pyramidal temple tower dedicated to Anu, the sky god. The tradition says it was built around 4000 BCE, or possibly earlier, and that another temple called the White Temple was constructed on top of it around 3500 BCE. This wasn't a single construction project. This was a building program that spanned generations. The ziggurat itself was a mountain of mud brick, rising higher and higher with each phase of construction. The White Temple sat on top, visible from miles around, a gleaming monument to the power and piety of Uruk. This temple complex was enormous. It wasn't just a place to pray. It was a statement of power. It was a demonstration that this city could marshal the resources, the labor, and the organizational capability to build something that dominated the landscape, something that could be seen from miles away. Anyone approaching Uruk from any direction would see it first. The temple, rising above everything else, before they saw walls or houses or streets. The temple. That was the message. This city belongs to the gods, and these priests who control the gods' temple, they run the city. The White Temple itself, when excavated by early archaeologists in the early 20th century, revealed something remarkable. Its walls were covered in decorations. They had been painted in bright colours, reds and blues and whites and golds. Some parts featured mosaics created from coloured stone and clay, little pieces of tone fitted together to create patterns and images. The craftsmanship was sophisticated. The materials were expensive. Someone had to travel to get coloured stone. Someone had to bring it to Uruk. Someone had to cut it and fit it together. The materials were precious, the labour was skilled, and the commitment of resources was enormous. Someone was willing to pour enormous resources into making this temple beautiful, into making it impressive, into making sure that anyone who looked at it understood that this was a place of significance, a place where God and humanity met, a place where the power of civilization was concentrated. The ziggurat served multiple purposes, which is typical of great ancient structures. Religiously, it was the home of Anu. People would bring offerings of food and rink, and precious objects. Priests would perform rituals on the steps and the platform, conducting ceremonies that the people believed kept the gods happy, kept the cosmos in balance, kept the world functioning properly. The ziggurat connected the earthly realm with the divine realm. It was literally a bridge, a stairway to heaven. Priests climbed it to get closer to God. People could see it as a symbol of transcendence, of the possibility of touching something higher. Politically, it was a symbol of order and centralized authority. In a world without mass media or long-distance communication, without printed books or newspapers, monuments spoke louder than words. They said, without saying anything, "This city is organized. This city has power. This city can accomplish enormous things. If we can build this," the ziggurat said, "we can do anything. We can manage water systems. We can organize trade. We can feed tens of thousands of people. We can maintain order. We can keep the gods happy." Economically, the construction of the ziggurat and its associated temple complex required labor, materials, and coordination on a scale that only a highly organized society could achieve. Thousands of people worked on this project over years or decades. Bricks had to be made, countless millions of them. Stone had to be quarried and transported from great distances. Wood had to be brought from the forests to the north. Workers had to be fed and housed and organized into shifts and work teams. The logistics alone required sophisticated planning, record keeping, and administration. Someone had to decide how many workers to have each day. Someone had to track supplies. Someone had to make sure the work progressed and didn't stall. This was administration. This was the birth of bureaucracy. But the ziggurat wasn't the only monumental structure in Uruk. The city was surrounded by a massive wall, about 40 to 50 feet high, extending around the entire perimeter for about 9 kilometers, nearly 6 miles. This wall wasn't symbolic. It was defensive. It had gates that could be closed and guarded. It provided protection against raiders and invaders. It defined the city, separated the civilized world inside from the wild world outside. The construction of this wall represented another massive commitment of resources. Building 9 kilometers of stone fortification requires enormous quantity of materials, huge amounts of labor, and sustained organizational effort. Mud brick had to be made, stone had to be quarried, foundations had to be dug, layer after layer had to be built, from ground level up to 40 feet. The width had to be sufficient to support the height. The gates had to be strong enough to resist battering rams. Yet Uruk built it. The walls went up, they stood, they worked. By the late Uruk period, the city had transformed completely. What had been a regional settlement had become a metropolis, a center of civilization, a place where thousands of people from different backgrounds and with different specialties lived together in an unprecedented concentration of humanity. Nowhere else in the world looked like this. Life in Uruk during the late Uruk period looked different from anything that had existed before, and it would have felt strange to someone from an earlier time. Imagine walking through the streets. You wouldn't see a unified agricultural landscape anymore. You wouldn't see most people engaged in farming. Instead, you'd see craftspeople. Everywhere, craftspeople. Potters working at wheels, the potter's wheel being a relatively new innovation that allowed standardized production. Sculptors carving stone, creating statues and reliefs. Weavers at looms, creating textiles in various patterns and qualities. Metalworkers shaping copper and bronze, creating tools and decorative objects. Boat builders constructing vessels to transport goods along the rivers and canals. Toolmakers producing the imp, lemons that made all other crafts possible. People specializing in dozens of different crafts, each one producing goods that were traded, used, or distributed through the city's system of administration. This specialization was possible because of the agricultural surplus. Farmers outside the city, working land controlled by the temple, produced enough food to support all these non-food producing people. These craftspeople didn't have to farm. They could focus entirely on their craft, dedicating their entire day to making pottery or weaving or metalworking. And as they focused, they got better. Standards improved. Quality became consistent. Efficiency increased. Production could be organized systematically, with quotas and assignments given by administrators. Someone decided how much eri needed to be made based on demand and stockpiles. Someone organized the potters into teams, managing their labor schedule and output. Someone made sure that raw materials arrived on schedule, that clay was prepared and available, that firing facilities were maintained and ready. This was administration. This was coordination. This was the work of making the system function. You'd see merchants and traders. Uruk had established trade connections that stretched across an enormous area. Artifacts and evidence of Uruk-style civilization have been found all the way from the Taurus Mountains in Turkey to the Mediterranean coast in the west and into eastern Iran. This wasn't just casual trade between neighbors or sporadic exchange. This was organized commerce with distant regions, managed by the temple, creating networks of dependency and mutual interest. Merchants traveled these routes carrying goods. Some of them were probably temple representatives, officials sent to establish relationships with other cities and regions. Others were probably independent traders who had secured permission from the temple to conduct trade in exchange for sharing some of the profits. In exchange for Uruk's goods, they brought back materials and products that weren't available locally. Uruk needed resources from other regions. It needed timber from the forest to the north because the alluvial plains had no trees. It needed stone from quarries in the hills, both for monumental construction and for tools. It needed metals that didn't exist in the alluvial plains where Uruk stood: copper, tin, eventually bronze. It needed access to the resources of mountains and forests, and it had goods to offer in exchange. Textiles produced in Uruk were famous, probably in demand across the region. Agricultural products could be processed and traded. Manufactured goods created in Uruk's workshops had value elsewhere. The trade wasn't one way. It was reciprocal, but it also created relationships of dependency. If Uruk needed something from another region, that region had leverage. And Uruk, with its military power and its sophisticated administration, would work to secure favorable arrangements. Sometimes this was through negotiation, sometimes through other means. But the result was an economic network with Uruk at the center. You'd see evidence of administration everywhere in Uruk. Clay table, tests covered in marks and symbols that hadn't yet evolved into writing as we recognize it, but were clearly records of some kind. These proto-cuneiform tablets were the tools of governance. They recorded transactions. They tracked inventory. They documented the movement of goods into and out of temple storehouses. They listed workers and their assignments. They recorded who owed taxes and who had paid. They were the written foundations of the first state bureaucracy. An entire class of people, scribes, emerged to maintain these records. This was a crucial development. Scribes were essential because they could read and write when most people couldn't. They developed specialized knowledge, becoming trained professionals in record keeping. They learned the system of notation, understanding not just the signs, but the systems behind them, the logic that organized information. They became indispensable to the functioning of the city. No scribe, no record, no record, no administration, no administration, no coordination of the vast systems that kept Uruk functioning. Scribes became powerful because everyone depended on their knowledge. They were probably paid well. They probably had better houses than common laborers. They were part of the administrative elite, the people who kept the system running. The temple was central to all of this, absolutely fundamental to how Uruk worked. The temple wasn't just a religious building where people came to pray, though it was that too. It was the economic engine of the city, the institution that held everything together. The temple owned the MO, saint productive land surrounding the city, farming it directly with hired or conscripted labor. The temple collected taxes and tithes from people in the surrounding area. If you wanted to farm, you paid the temple a portion of your harvest. If you wanted to fish, a portion went to the temple. If you wanted to trade, part of the profits flowed to the temple. The temple maintained storehouses, great repositories where grain was kept in enormous quantities, stored against future need or famine, where textiles were stored waiting for distribution or sale, where manufactured goods were held until they were distributed to priests and officials, or traded with distant cities. The temple employed hundreds of people, from priests who conducted rituals, to laborers who worked the fields and maintained the walls, buildings, to administrators who managed the complex system of collection and distribution. The priests controlled access to the gods, and in a theocratic society where religious authority and political authority were essentially the same thing, this meant the priests controlled everything else. The political system reflected this reality. Uruk was probably governed by a priest-king or ensi, a figure who served as both the religious leader and the political ruler. This person was responsible for maintaining the temples, conducting the proper rituals according to established tradition, and ensuring that the city was run according to the will of the gods, as interpreted by the priests. They would have been assisted by councils of officials and administrators who handled day-to-day governance. But the ultimate authority came from control of the temples and the resources they commanded. The NC controlled access to the temple. They controlled when rituals happened. They controlled the distribution of temple resources. Without control of the temple, you had no power. Without the ability to speak with authority about divine will, you had no legitimacy. With it, you had everything: the power to command, the power to collect taxes, the power to organize labor, the power to wage war or make peace. Social hierarchy was visible in the material culture in ways that archaeologists can still observe thousands of years later. Some people lived in small houses made of mud brick with minimal decoration, small rooms clustered together with little privacy or space for personal possessions. Theirs lived in larger structures with better construction and more elaborate architectural details, with more space, with more privacy, with rooms for different purposes. Some people had access to imported goods, decorative items from distant lands, luxury materials from regions hundreds of miles away. Others ate a simpler diet of barley and dates, the staple foods of common people, supplemented occasionally with bread and beer and small amounts of fish or meat. But everyone depended on the system. Everyone benefited from the security that the organized city provided. Everyone was sustained by the surplus that irrigation agriculture had made possible. That surplus was what changed everything. Without it, you couldn't have had Uruk. Without it, you couldn't have had civilization as we know it. The ability to produce more food than you needed to survive meant that some people could focus entirely on non-food activities. Some could be soldiers protecting the city from external threats and maintaining internal order. Some could be priests serving the gods, conducting the rituals that people believed kept the cosmos functioning. Some could be artisans creating beauty or utility objects. Some could be administrators keeping the system running, and all of them depended on farmers producing enough to feed not just themselves, but everyone else as well. This created an interdependence that required trust, required organization, required a system of distribution and authority to prevent it from breaking down into chaos. Uruk was that system. It was the first true city because it had solved the problem of managing thousands of interdependent people in a single location, creating an administrative and religious framework that could sustain that organization over years and decades. It had done what no one had ever done before. It had taken thousands of people from different backgrounds, different skills, different interests, and made them work together toward a common survival. That was the achievement. That was the innovation. Not better tools or bigger walls or more impressive temples, though it had all those things. The innovation was social. It was organizational. It was the proof that people could live together in unprecedented numbers and make it work. But administration at that scale created a problem. You could organize people face to face. You could give them direct orders. You could see what they were doing. But the moment your system got large enough, the moment you had people spread across multiple buildings, multiple districts, working on different tasks at different times, you had a management challenge that no amount of shouting could solve. How do you know what happened yesterday if you weren't there? How do you verify that a worker completed their assigned task? How do you track goods moving between storehouses? How do you record transactions? How do you maintain accounts when you can't remember everything in your head? You could try. You could have a record keeper whose entire job was to memorize things, but memory fails. Ori changes. Memory gets influenced by what you want to believe happened versus what actually happened. Disputes would arise. Someone would claim they delivered goods. Someone else would claim those goods never arrived. Without a record, how do you settle it? Without proof, who do you believe? At a certain point, you need something permanent, something external to human memory, something you can point to and say, this is what happened. This happened because it's written here. This is the record. This is proof. Writing wasn't invented by philosophers who wanted to preserve literature or explore ideas. It was invented by administrators who wanted to track grain, by accountants who needed to record transactions, by bureaucrats who needed proof of what had been done. The earliest writing in Mesopotamia emerged around 3400 to 3300 BCE, roughly at the time when Uruk was at its height. Historians call it proto-cuneiform, and it wasn't meant to be a full writing system. It was more like shorthand notation, a system of marks that represented specific things: numbers, quantities, names of goods, names of people. You had a sign for barley, you had a sign for sheep, you had signs for different quantities, you had signs for officials' names. When a shipment of barley arrived at a temple storehouse, a clerk WW would take a clay tablet, press marks into it representing how much barley, what type, who brought it, what date it came. That tablet became the record. It proved that the barley had been delivered. It became evidence you could point to if someone later claimed they never got the barley or that the amount was wrong. The system was purely logographic at first. One sign, one word, or more accurately, one sign, one concept. It was based on pictures, originally. A picture of a head to represent a person, a picture of a plant to represent barley, a picture of a measuring vessel to represent a unit of measurement. These weren't elegant or sophisticated. They were practical. They had one job: to create a permanent record of what the administrators had already decided was important to remember. The physical process was simple. You took clay, still soft and workable. You shaped it into a tablet, roughly the size and shape of a smartphone, maybe smaller. You took a reed stylus, cut at the end to make a blunt point. You pressed it into the clay, making marks. Different angles and pressures made different marks. A vertical stroke, a horizontal stroke, a diagonal stroke. Combinations of these made different signs. Once you'd made all the marks you needed, you left the tablet to dry, sometimes putting it in the sun, sometimes firing it in a kiln. The dried clay became hard as stone. The marks became permanent. Even if the tablet broke, the pieces could be collected and reassembled. The record survived. Over time, this system became more complex. People wanted to record things beyond geo, cent quantities and goods. They wanted to record names. They wanted to note dates. They wanted to record instructions, orders, decisions. The picture-based signs became more abstract. They started to represent sounds instead of just objects. A sign that originally meant a sheep could now also be used in a name or a word where the sound of sheep was needed. This was the beginning of phonetic writing, where signs represented sounds rather than just meanings. By around 3200 BCE, this system had evolved into what we recognize as cuneiform proper. The curved fluid picture signs of proto-cuneiform became more angular. The stylus technique shifted. Instead of pressing the rounded end of the reed into clay, scribes started using the sharp corner of a cut reed, creating wedge-shaped marks. The marks formed specific patterns: vertical wedges, horizontal wedges, diagonal wedges. Combinations created the cuneiform signs. The word cuneiform comes from the Latin word for wedge, because that's what the marks look like, wedges pressed into clay. By the early dynastic period, around 2900 BCE, cuneiform had become quite sophisticated. Scribes had standardized it. They had agreed on what each sign meant. They had created a system complex enough to record detailed information about economic transactions, legal agreements, and increasingly other aspects of human experience. Learning to write in cuneiform wasn't simple. You had to know hundreds of signs. You had to understand the system of notation. You had to be able to recognize combinations of signs and understand how they modified each other's meaning. You had to develop the muscle memory to press the stylus at the correct angles with the correct pressure to make clear, readable marks. You had to practice. You had to study. You had to be trained. This created a new profession, the scribe. And scribes became essential to how society functioned. A scribe was someone who could take the knowledge in your head and put it into a permanent form. Someone who could later read that permanent form and tell you what it said. Someone who could understand the system and use it to create records that others would trust. In a world without printing, without mass communication, without easy ways to distribute information, the scribe was power. The scribe controlled information. The scribe maintained the records on which the system depended. The scribe became part of the elite. Training to be a scribe typically began in childhood. A boy, usually from a family that already had some connections to administration or the temple, would be apprenticed to a master scribe. The apprenticeship lasted years. The student had to learn the basic physical skill first, how to make the marks correctly. You'd practice making wedges, vertical wedges, horizontal wedges, diagonal wedges. Your teacher would watch and correct you if your angle was wrong, or your pressure was too light or too heavy. Once you could make basic marks, you'd move on to learning signs. Not all signs at once. You'd start with common ones, probably ones related to administrative functions. Signs for goods, for quantities, for common words. You'd practice copying signs until you could reproduce them without thinking about it, until your fingers knew how to make the shapes automatically. Once you had a basic vocabulary, your teacher would show you how to combine signs to make meaning, how to modify signs, how to understand the logic of the system. You'd practice reading, having your teacher point to signs and asking you to say what they meant. You'd practice writing, having your teacher dictate information and you trying to record it correctly on a tablet. Scribes studied more than just writing. While learning the craft, they learned mathematics. They learned the metrological systems used to measure grain, to measure land, to measure textiles. They learned how to calculate areas and volumes. They learned accounting methods. They learned which officials had authority over what. They learned the names of gods and the structure of the pantheon. They learned stories, including creation myths and tales of the gods and heroes. They learned the history and genealogy of their city. They learned the laws and regulations they would need to enforce. A scribe's education was comprehensive. It was designed to produce not just someone who could write, but someone who understood the system, who could function effectively as part of the administrative apparatus, who embodied the knowledge and values of their culture. By the time a student had completed his training, usually in his late teens, he had invested years in learning. He had memorized hundreds of signs. He understood complex systems of notation and accounting. He had absorbed the cultural knowledge of his society. He was ready to take a position in the temple, in the palace, in a merchant's household. He would earn respect and probably a decent living. He would have power and status that most people never achieved. The existence of scribes created a new kind of inequality. You could be born smart, but if you didn't have access to scribal training, your intelligence was irrelevant. You would work with your hands, doing manual labor. You would have no power. You would be illiterate, unable to read the records that governed your life. A scribe, conversely, could be born without advantage. But if he had the opportunity to learn writing, if a teacher agreed to train him, he could rise. He could become part of the administrative elite. He could have authority. He could accumulate wealth and property. Writing created the possibility of social mobility, but it also created a barrier. Literacy became power. The ability to read and write became a skill that separated the powerful from the powerless. Those who could read could understand contracts and laws. Those who couldn't depended on others to tell them what the contracts and laws said, and they had to trust that the scribes were telling them the truth. This created a system where knowledge was concentrated in the hands of a literate minority. It made it possible for that minority to control information, to maintain records that justified their authority, to create agreements that favored them, because most people couldn't read the documents to know that they were being disadvantaged. The purpose of early writing was entirely practical. The tablets that survive from the proto-cuneiform and early cuneiform periods are almost entirely administrative documents, delivery records, ration lists, temple inventories, land records, personnel rosters. Very occasionally, a name appears that seems to be a label or a title, suggesting that someone was proud enough of what they had created or received to have it recorded. But mostly, it's accounting. It's the boring, essential work of tracking what comes in and what goes out, who did what was promised, and whether it was delivered. These documents don't make for exciting reading. They don't tell stories. They don't express ideas or feelings, but they were revolutionary. They created the possibility of a centralized state that could all track resources across a large area. They made it possible to coordinate labor on a massive scale because you could assign someone a task and then check the record to verify that they'd completed it. They made it possible to maintain a complex bureaucracy because the bureaucracy could leave written instructions and records instead of relying on personal memory and direct supervision. Without writing, you couldn't have had Uruk. You could have had a large settlement, maybe, but not a true state with centralized authority and complex administration. Writing made the state possible. Writing made Sumer possible. The early tablets tell us that administration was the driving force. But gradually, over centuries, scribes began to write down things that weren't administrative. They recorded laws. They recorded stories and myths. They recorded hymns and prayers. They recorded the words of kings and priests. By the time of the city of around 2100 BCE, cuneiform had evolved into something sophisticated enough to express emotions and complex ideas. The priestess in Hedwana, who served in the temple of the goddess Inanna, wrote hymns that expressed longing and fear and devotion. She used cuneiform not to track grain, but to express her spiritual experience. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that famous story about a king and his quest for immortality, was written down in cuneiform. It tells a story. It explores hems of friendship and mortality, and the relationship between civilization and nature. The writing system had expanded beyond administration into literature, but that happened later, after the basic system was already established. The first purpose of writing was always practical administration. For most of the Uruk period, probably only a few hundred people could read and write, maybe a few thousand by the early dynastic period. In a world where Uruk had tens of thousands of residents and Sumer had hundreds of thousands of people, literacy was rare. It was a skill that gave you power. It gave you access to information that others couldn't access. The illiterate majority depended on the literate minority to tell them what the record said, and they had no way to verify whether the scribes were being honest. This created a system where the scribes had enormous power. Once a scribe had completed his training, he entered a profession that was essential to civilization. Scribes worked in multiple contexts. Most worked in temples because temples were the largest administrative centers, controlling the most complex systems of storage, distribution, and labor management. Some worked in palaces serving rulers. Some worked in merchants' households, managing trade records and contracts. A few probably worked independently, offering their services to those who needed written records. The scribe's day was spent hunched over clay tablets, pressing signs into the soft clay with practiced efficiency. His fingers developed calluses. His hands learned the rhythm and pressure needed to make marks that other scribes could read. He moved from tablet to tablet, recording information that streamed in constantly, deliveries of goods, assignments of workers, distributions of rations, orders from superiors. The work was repetitive but essential. Without the scribe, there would be no record. Without the record, the system would collapse. The scribe knew this. He knew his power. He probably took some pride in his skill, in his ability to manage vast amounts of information, to keep track of details that others couldn't possibly remember. Scribal training created a class of educated specialists who understood not just writing, but the entire administrative system. They understood economics. They understood labor organization. They understood the laws and regulations that governed their society. They understood the structure of authority and how decisions flowed through the bureaucracy. When you trained to be a scribe, you weren't just learning to write. You were learning how the system worked. You were learning to think like an administrator. You were learning the values and worldview of your society. This education was comprehensive and intentional. It was designed to produce not just literate people, but people who could think systematically about complex problems, who could maintain large-scale administrative systems, who understood the logic of bureaucracy. The scribe class became self-perpetuating. A scribe's son might learn the profession from his father. A talented young man from a merchant family might be apprenticed to a scribe to learn the craft. Over generations, a scribal tradition developed. Methods of training were standardized. Key texts were copied and recopied so that the training materials remained consistent. Scribal schools emerged in major cities where multiple teachers trained multiple students. The profession became established with its own standards, its own conventions, its own sense of professional identity. Scribes saw themselves as part of a special group, people with knowledge that others didn't have. They had access to information. They had influence. They had status. And they would work to maintain that status, controlling who could enter the profession and what they had to know to be recognized as a legitimate scribe. As cuneiform became more standardized and more complex, scribes accumulated incredible knowledge. They memorized hundreds of signs. They learned multiple ways of writing the same word, different styles for different purposes. They learned to write quickly and legibly. They learned mathematics and accounting. They learned the history of their city-state and the genealogies of rulers. They learned the myths and stories that explained how the world came to be. They learned law codes and administrative procedures. A trained scribe was a walking encyclopedia of his civilization's knowledge. If you wanted to preserve information, you went to a scribe. If you wanted to create a legal document, you went to a scribe. If you wanted to record a transaction, you went to a scribe. The scribe had become indispensable to every aspect of organized society, and because scribes had this crucial role, they gained wealth, status, and power that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Scribes could own property. They could accumulate resources. They could move between different employers, selling their services to whoever needed them most. They could potentially rise into administrative positions of significant authority. A talented scribe might become a temple administrator, managing the entire economic system of a large institution, or a royal scribe, recording the decisions of kings. The profession opened doors. It created possibilities. It offered a path upward for someone smart enough to master the skills. But it also created a permanent division between those who could read and write and those who couldn't. This distinction became part of how society was organized. The educated scribal elite and the illiterate masses, the people who controlled information and the people who depended on scribes to tell them what information said. This division would persist for thousands of years. Even as writing spread and literacy became more common, the idea that reading and writing were special skills associated with power and authority remained. In many ancient societies, literacy was controlled deliberately. People in power made sure that writing remained difficult to access, that training was available only to those connected to temples or palaces. They understood that control of writing meant control, of information, and control of information meant control of society. The Sumerians developed this system, perhaps not deliberately, but the effect was clear. Writing created hierarchy. The scribes rose. Everyone else depended on them. That power structure became part of civilization, baked into the foundation of organized society. Clay tablets covered with cuneiform signs were the technology that made Sumerian administration possible, and the tablets themselves tell us an enormous amount about how Sumerian society actually functioned. Thousands of tablets survive from the Uruk period and the early dynastic period. Many are fragments, broken pieces of documents that once recorded complete transactions. Some are complete tablets with all their information intact. Archaeologists have excavated them from temple ruins and palace complexes. They've cleaned them, photographed them, translated them, and from these tablets we can reconstruct the daily workings of ancient Sumerian civilization. The tablets are organized by subject and category. Some record the movement of goods. A tablet might record that 5 sacks of barley. I arrived at the temple storehouse on a specific date, brought by a specific merchant, with a specific official witnessing the delivery. Another tablet might record that 10 workers were assigned to dig a canal, that they worked for 5 days, that their work was supervised by a foreman. Yet another tablet might record the distribution of rations to workers. So many portions of bread distributed, so many portions of beer, so many days of work credited. These tablets create a detailed picture of daily economic activity. We can see how much grain the temple controlled. We can see how many workers were employed. We can see how resources were distributed. We can see the hierarchy of officials and their responsibilities. The tablets reveal a sophisticated social structure. There were top officials, people with titles that indicate they had significant authority. Beneath them were lower officials, administrators with more limited responsibilities. Beneath them were the workers, organized into teams with supervisors. The tablets list people by occupation. So many potters assigned, so many textile workers, so many agricultural laborers, so many men assigned to work on irrigation projects. Each worker was tracked. Each was assigned to a task. Each received a ration based on the work performed. The level of detail is remarkable. It wasn't enough to know that 20 workers had worked on a project. The scribe had to know their names, or at least their identities. He had to know how many days each worked. He had to track whether they were paid or whether they still owed work. The system was comprehensive. It tracked almost everything that mattered for administration. The tablets weren't written for us thousands of years later. They were written for administrators who needed detailed records to manage their institutions. But fortunately for us, the scribes wrote in enough detail that the records are comprehensible. We can read them and understand what was being recorded. Some tablets record laws or regulations, penalties for various offences, procedures for conducting transactions, decisions made by rulers or officials that established precedent. These tablets give us insight into what Sumerian society valued, what it considered important enough to regulate. Disputes over land, disputes over contracts, issues of theft or damaged property, responsibilities of workers, obligations of merchants. The laws recorded on tablets show us what problems actually occurred in Sumerian society and how they tried to solve them. The tablets also record religious information, lists of offerings to temples, ritual schedules, names of priests and priestesses, dedications of buildings or objects to gods. The presence of religious information on administrative tablets tells us that religion and administration were deeply intertwined. They weren't separate systems. They were integrated. A single official might be responsible for both economic management and conducting religious rituals. A single tablet might record both the distribution of rations and the offerings made to gods. The world of ancient Sumer, as revealed through the tablets, was one where economics, politics, religion, and daily administration were all aspects of a single unified system centered on the temple and its control of resources. The tablets show us a complex economy, trade networks extending long distances, goods coming in from distant regions, exports going out, multiple types of currency being used for different purposes, standardized weights and measures for different commodities, contracts and agreements written down to prevent disputes, sophisticated bookkeeping methods. The Sumerians were doing economic administration at a level that wouldn't be matched again until the rise of the Roman Empire thousands of years later. And they were doing it with clay tablets and stylus, no computers, no spreadsheets, no calculators, just human memory, mathematical skill, and careful record keeping. The tablets are our window into a world that is, in many ways, completely foreign to us. A world without electricity, without kines, without any of the technology we take for granted, but a world organized in ways that are surprisingly familiar. Bureaucracy, hierarchy, record keeping, the use of writing to extend human memory and create systems that can function across time and distance. These are ancient innovations, but they're innovations that we still depend on today. The religious worldview of Sumer was as intricate and organized as its economic system. The Sumerians believed in a pantheon of gods, literally thousands of them according to some estimates, though the most important were a relatively small number. At the top were the great gods, the most powerful, the ones who controlled major forces of nature and human experience. Anu was the sky god, the oldest and most abstract of the deities, representing the sky itself and the realm of heaven above the earth. Enlil was the god of wind and storm, of power and authority, often depicted as violent but necessary, the enforcer of divine will. Enki was the god of fresh water and wisdom, associated with rivers and irrigation, with knowledge and cunning. Inanna was the goddess of love and fertility and war, a figure of tremendous power and complexity, sometimes benevolent, sometimes terrifying. Below these great gods were hundreds of lesser deities, each with their own domain, their own temples, their own cults. Local gods who protected particular cities, gods associated with specific professions, gods associated with healing or wealth or agriculture. The structure of the pantheon mirrored the structure of human society. There were gods at the top with supreme authority. There were gods in the middle with more limited authority. There were gods at the bottom with specific responsibilities. Religion in Sumer was not primarily about belief in the abstract sense. It wasn't about whether you believed in the god's existence or whether you had faith that the god was good. Religion was about maintaining relationships with the gods. The gods were powerful beings who needed to be kept satisfied. If you fed the gods, gave them offerings of food and drink and precious objects, they would be happy and they would help you. If you neglected the gods, if you didn't make the proper offerings, if you didn't conduct the proper rituals, then the gods would be angry and they would punish you. Crops would fail, wars would be lost, illness would strike. The gods controlled everything that mattered, so you had to keep them happy. This required priests. The priests understood what the gods wanted. The priests knew the proper rituals. The priests could communicate with the gods through prayers and sacrifices. The priests conducted ceremonies that maintained the proper relationship between the human and divine realms. Without priests conducting the right rituals at the right times, the cosmic order would deteriorate. The sun wouldn't rise. The rivers wouldn't flood. The crops wouldn't grow. Everything depended on the priests doing their jobs correctly. This gave priests incredible power and authority. They controlled access to the gods. They controlled the rituals that kept the world functioning. They were indispensable to the survival and prosperity of their society. And this power was concentrated in the temples, the massive religious institutions that dominated the landscape and the economy of Sumerian cities. The temple was the center of religious life, but it was far more than a place of worship. Temples were economic powerhouses. They controlled enormous amounts of land. They controlled workshops where goods were manufactured. They controlled storehouses where grain and other products were kept. They employed hundreds or even thousands of people. The temple was a business enterprise as much as it was a religious institution. In fact, the distinction between religion and economics, between spiritual and material, didn't exist in Sumer the way it does for us. It was all one system. The god owned land. The priests managed the god's land on the god's behalf. The production from the god's land was used to support the temple, to pay workers, to make offerings to the god, to fund ceremonies and rituals, to supply the priesthood. Money flowed through the temple. The temple was the central institution of economic life. All major transactions had to be approved by temple officials. All major projects had to be authorized by the temple. The accumulation of wealth was intimately connected to temple service. If you wanted to be wealthy, you needed temple connections. If you were a priest, you had access to the temple's resources. If you were a merchant, you had to work within the framework the temple had established. If you were a worker, your livelihood depended on temple employment. The temple was everywhere, controlling everything, connecting people to the divine through economic relationships. The Sumerians understood that the gods needed physical places to live, temples where the god could reside and be properly cared for. A temple was built to house a god's statue or representation. Priests would perform daily rituals, providing the god with food and drink, cleaning the space, conducting ceremonies. The physical building was understood as the actual home of the god. The god wasn't just a symbol or an abstraction. The god was really there, in the temple, and had to be treated accordingly. This conception of the temple as the god's actual house meant that temples had to be grand and impressive. They had to be worthy of a god. They had to demonstrate the community's respect for the god and the god's importance. Massive resources were devoted to temple construction and maintenance. So the greatest buildings in any Sumerian city were temples. The tallest structures were ziggurats, massive stepped towers that rose from the center of temple complexes. These weren't just impressive. They were meant to be awe-inspiring, meant to make you feel small and powerless in front of the divine, meant to make clear that the gods were more important than any individual human being. The temple complex also served as an economic center. Adjacent buildings housed the workshops, where goods were manufactured. Storehouses held grain, textiles, tools, everything the temple had accumulated. Administrative buildings held the scribes and officials who managed the temple's affairs. The temple complex was a small city within the city, a self-contained economic and religious institution that dominated the life of the larger community around it. Temples employed most of the skilled workers in a city. Potters made pottery in temple workshops. Weavers worked at temple looms. Metal workers produced tools and decorative objects in temple workshops. Scribes kept temple records. Laborers worked temple lands. Soldiers served as temple guards and fought in wars authorized by the temple. Priests conducted rituals. Administrative staff managed the temple's complex operations. A single large temple might employ dozens or hundreds of people. These employees were essentially paid by the temple, receiving rations of grain and beer and other goods in exchange for their work. They had no other employer. They worked for the god, in a sense, though really, they worked for the priests who managed the god's affairs on the god's behalf. The arrangement was economically efficient. The temple could coordinate the work of hundreds of people. It could ensure they had enough to eat. It could organize their labor toward productive activities that benefited everyone. It could create a stable, predictable system where people knew what they had to do and what they would receive in return. But it also meant that the temple had total control over most of the economy, and thus total control over most of people's lives. You depended on the temple for your livelihood. You depended on the temple for protection. You depended on the temple for the religious rituals that kept the cosmos functioning. In almost every way that mattered, the temple was the most important institution in your life, far more important than your family or your own individual interests. Your purpose was to serve the temple, either directly through employment or indirectly through taxes and offerings. This created a society that was extraordinarily organized and hierarchical, with power concentrated in the hands of the priestly elite who controlled the temples. But the temples weren't the only source of authority in Sumerian society. Alongside the priests who controlled the temples, there emerged another form of leadership, one that would eventually challenge and transform the priestly monopoly on power. As Sumer moved through the late Uruk period and into what we call the early dynastic period, around 2900 BCE, a new figure appeared in the political landscape, the Lugal. The name means literally the big man, and it referred to military leaders, administrators, or in some cases, ambitious individuals who seized control of a city-state and established themselves as rulers. The relationship between the Lugal and the temple was complicated. Sometimes the Lugal served the temple, enforcing its interests and protecting its property. Sometimes the Lugal challenged the temple, trying to consolidate power in his own hands rather than leaving it entirely to the priests. This tension between religious authority, centered on the temples, and political military authority, centered on the Lugal, would shape Sumerian politics for the next 1,000 years. The Lugal wasn't always a king in the sense we understand it. In the earliest period, he might be elected or chosen by a council of elders, or he might simply be a strong man who took power and held it until someone stronger took it from him. But as time went on, the Lugal became more institutionalized. Titles grew more grandiose. Lineages became important. A Lugal would want his son to inherit his position, to keep power within his family. Some city-states developed into true monarchies where rule passed from father to son in an established succession. Others remained more fluid, where power went to whoever could claim it through military strength or political cunning. But in all cases, the Lugal represented a new form of authority that didn't depend entirely on the temples. Consider what the Lugal controlled that the priest didn't. The Lugal commanded the army. He could raise soldiers, equip them, send them to war. He could conquer neighboring city-states or defend his own against conquest. This military power was fundamental. A priest could speak for the gods, but a Lugal could make people obey through force. This made the Lugal dangerous to the established order. Some Lugals used their military power to seize temple property or overturn priestly decisions. Others worked to maintain good relations with temples, understanding that the temple's resources were essential to maintaining his rule. The most successful Lugals were those who could maintain a balance, strong enough militarily that the temples had to acknowledge his power, but not so aggressive that temples turned against him. Over time, as Lugals consolidated power, they took on more administrative functions. They established their own bureaucratic structures. They appointed their own officials. They kept their own records. They issued their own decrees that had the force of law. In doing this, they were essentially building an alternative power structure that competed with the temple apparatus. Some historians argue that this competition between temple and Lugal actually drove the development of more sophisticated administration. Both institutions needed to demonstrate their effectiveness to show that they could manage resources efficiently and serve the public interest. This competition created pressure for innovation. The emergence of the Lugal reflected a shift in how power was actually exercised in Sumerian society. The temples controlled vast economic resources and religious authority, but the Lugal controlled the army. He could levy soldiers, wage war, conquer territory. A Lugal with military power could be more threatening to the existing order than any priest. Some Lugals tried to consolidate their power by taking control of temples or temple appointments. Others worked to establish independent power bases. The most successful Lugals balanced these forces, maintaining enough religious legitimacy to keep priesthood satisfied while establishing themselves as military leaders. The Lugal also took on administrative functions. A Lugal might establish his own bureaucracy and scribes. He might levy taxes, independent of the temple, or control public works projects. The city-state government, centered on the Lugal, competed with the temple government for control of labor, resources, and loyalty. This competition drove innovation in administration. Both institutions needed to manage complex systems, keep records, and track resources. The rivalry between them pushed Sumerian administration to become more sophisticated. Different city-states resolved this tension differently. In some places, the Lugal essentially won, and the temples became subordinate to royal authority. In others, the temples maintained their dominance, and the Lugal remained relatively weak. In still others, a kind of balance developed where both institutions had significant power. Lagash, one of the most important city-states, seems to have had relatively weak Lugals and strong temples. Kish, another major city-state, appears to have had more powerful Lugals. Which would eventually become enormously important, went through periods where temples dominated and periods where the Lugals had more power. These variations matter because they show that Sumerian political organization wasn't a single fixed system. It was dynamic, different. Solutions were tried in different places. What worked in one city-state might not work in another. Over time, successful models spread and unsuccessful ones were abandoned. But the basic tension between temple authority and royal authority remained a constant feature of Sumerian politics throughout this entire period. The Lugal also took on symbolic and religious functions. Even if he wasn't a priest, the Lugal was understood to have a special relationship with the gods. Some Lugals claimed divine descent. Some claimed that the gods had chosen them to rule. Some performed religious ceremonies themselves, not just authorizing priests to perform them. This was significant because it meant the Lugal could challenge the priest's monopoly on communication with the gods. A Lugal could say to the people, "The gods have chosen me to lead you, and I have a direct relationship with the divine realm." This gave the Lugal a form of religious authority independent of the temple system. It allowed him to claim legitimacy without depending entirely on the priestly establishment. Kings would later develop this even further, surrounding themselves with religious symbolism and claiming an almost divine status. But the groundwork for this was laid in the Uruk and early dynastic periods by Lugals who wanted to establish authority that didn't depend entirely on the temples. One of the earliest written records we have of a Lugal is a king list, and these lists are fascinating artifacts that tell us a lot about how the Sumerians understood their own history. The Sumerian king list is a document that records the names and reigns of rulers in various city-states, stretching back into the distant past. It begins with mythological rulers, kings who supposedly reigned for thousands of years. Al-Algar allegedly reigned for 36,000 years. Enmengalana reigned for 43,000 years. These aren't historical figures. These are mythological rulers whose immense lifespans reflect the Sumerian conception of a golden age before the flood. a time when civilization was more perfect, when rulers were more powerful, when the divine and human realms were closer to each other. Some scholars believe these mythological sections were preserved from earlier Sumerian traditions, stories passed down orally before they were written. Others think they were invented later to provide historical depth. But either way, they serve a purpose in the overall narrative. They establish a sense of continuity, stretching back to the beginning of time. They suggest that kingship itself was an ancient institution, given by the gods at the very beginning. But the king list is significant because it shows the Sumerians trying to create a coherent narrative of their own history. They were saying, here is our past, here is the succession of rulers who have governed our city, and by listing them, we're establishing the legitimacy of current rulers. The king list served a political purpose. It was written during the reign of certain kings, and it was designed to make those kings look good. It legitimized their rule by placing them in a continuous lineage, stretching back to ancient times. If you could claim descent from a great king of old, you were legitimate. The gods had presumably approved your ancestor, and their approval extended to you. The most famous section of the king list deals with what it calls the flood, a catastrophic event that supposedly reset civilization. After the flood, the king list says, the kingship came down again. It lists new rulers who reigned after the flood with more reasonable lifespans, though still very long by our standards. Some early rulers might have supposedly reigned for hundreds of years, which was still much longer than actual human lifespans, but at least more plausible than the antediluvian kings. This division between rulers before and after the flood created a narrative structure. The ancient world before the flood was different, more perfect, more connected to the gods. Then came a catastrophe. Then came a new beginning. We can see echoes of this story in biblical accounts, in Mesopotamian literature, in stories from other cultures. The Sumerians weren't the only people who believed that the earth had experienced a great flood. But by preserving this story in their king list, they integrated it into their historical narrative. The flood wasn't just a distant myth. It was an actual historical event that had happened to their ancestors. The king list also reflects actual struggles for power. It records that the kingship moved from one city-state to another. The kingship was in Kish, then Uruk, then Ur, then Lagash. This probably reflects military conquest. One city-state would conquer another and establish dominance. The king list records shifts as orderly succession, but these were likely battles and wars. The power of the king list was its ability to organize chaotic historical events into a coherent narrative showing progression of legitimate rule. Later Sumerian kings added their own names, placing themselves in an unbroken chain stretching back to mythological times. This was propaganda designed to serve real political purposes. A new ruler wanted to establish legitimacy, showing he wasn't just a military adventurer, but the rightful successor to great kings. The king list provided that legitimacy, creating a narrative in which current rulers were the culmination of history. The Sumerians were thinking about history. They tried to understand their past, draw lessons, establish continuity. They wrote down king lists, preserved records of previous rulers, and created continuous narratives. Scribes maintained these records, and they were copied repeatedly. Subsequent generations had access to historical narratives, creating historical memory that persisted beyond individual lifespans. A Lugal could look at the king list and see patterns of alliances, conflicts, and conquest. This historical knowledge was power, giving perspective and lessons from the past. The king list also justified contemporary rule. A king might point to the list and show his ancestors' success, establishing continuity with a particularly successful reign, history became a tool of statecraft, deployed to support contemporary political goals. As Sumerian society became more complex and city-states competed with each other for dominance, the question of law became increasingly important. How do you regulate behavior in a city with tens of thousands of people? How do you settle disputes? How do you ensure that decisions are enforced consistently? In the earliest period, law might have been relatively simple. An elder would make a decision about a dispute. A temple official would determine what should be done. But as society became more complex, more elaborate systems of law became necessary. We have evidence that some of the earliest written laws in the world were Sumerian. Law codes were written down, carved into stone, or inscribed on clay tablets. These codes established rules for behavior, specified punishments for infraction, outlined procedures for resolving disputes. The Code of Hammurabi, which comes from a later period and a different society, is the most famous ancient law code. But there were earlier Sumerian law codes. The law code of Ur-Nammu from the 3rd dynasty of Ur is one of the oldest complete law codes we have, dating to around 2100 BCE. Even earlier than this, we have fragments of law codes from various Sumerian city-states. What these codes reveal is that Sumerians understood law as something that needed to be written down, made explicit, communicated to the population. The very act of writing down laws changed how they functioned. An oral tradition of law depends on memory and interpretation. Different people might remember things differently. Different judges might apply the tradition differently. But written law was fixed. It said exactly what it said. You couldn't argue that you remembered it differently because it was right there on the tablet or stone. This fixed quality gave written law a kind of authority that oral tradition couldn't match. The structure of Sumerian law codes shows us what they considered important enough to regulate. Many laws dealt with property. Laws about land ownership, about theft, about damage to property. Many dealt with commerce and contracts. If you agreed to make something for someone, what happened if you didn't deliver? What if the payment wasn't made? If you hired someone for work, what did they owe you? What did you owe them? Laws about family and relationships. What happened in case of divorce? Who got the children? What financial arrangements had to be made? Laws about violence and bodily harm. What happened if you hurt someone? What was the compensation? What if you killed someone? The punishments in these codes vary, sometimes dramatically. Injury to a noble might be punished more severely than the same injury to a slave or a common person. This reflects the hierarchical structure of Sumerian society. Justice wasn't equal. Your rank and status determined how the law applied to you. A wound inflicted on a noble might require significant compensation. The same wound inflicted on a slave might barely be worth noting. This seems unjust to us, but it made sense in a hierarchical society where people had different values and different roles. The law codes also included procedures. How do you prove your case? What counts as evidence? Who can testify? These procedures suggest that legal disputes required more than just an official declaring what had happened. Evidence had to be presented. Witnesses had to be heard. The accuser and the accused had a chance to present their cases. The S resembles a court system, though probably much more informal than modern courts. Enforcement of laws fell to the Lugal and his officials. They had the authority to carry out punishments. They had the military power to enforce their decisions. If you lost a case and refused to pay the compensation, the Lugal's officials could seize your property, enslave you, or in extreme cases, execute you. The threat of force was behind the law system, but the written law codes served a legitimizing function. They showed that the Lugal wasn't arbitrary, that his decisions followed established rules. By publishing the laws, by making them known, by showing that everyone was subject to the same rules, the Lugal could claim to be just and reasonable, even if the laws themselves didn't seem fair to everyone. Some Sumerian law codes included preambles that explained the ruler's intent. The Lugal would declare that he wanted justice to prevail, that he wanted to protect the weak from the strong, that he was establishing these laws for the good of his people. Whether this actually reflected his motivations is impossible to say, but the rhetoric was important. The Lugal was presenting himself as a just ruler, someone who had the welfare of his people at heart. This rhetoric helped legitimize his rule. The existence of written law codes also created a new problem. Laws had to be interpreted. The code might say that compensation for a wound should be 1 shekel of silver. But what exactly constitutes a wound? Does a scratch count? Does a bruise? What if the wound gets infected and causes lasting damage? The written law had to be flexible enough to handle variations in cases. So judges and officials had to exercise judgment. They had to read the law code and apply it to specific situations. This meant that scribes and officials needed to understand not just the law itself, but the principles behind it. They needed to be trained in legal reasoning. Some scribes became specialists in law, becoming advisors to rulers on how to apply laws justly. This created another form of specialized knowledge that gave power to those who possessed it. Economic life in Sumer was increasingly based on sophisticated systems of exchange and accounting. At the most basic level, there was barter. If you needed grain and had pottery to offer, you could exchange pottery for grain. But as commerce became more complex, as merchants needed to buy goods from distant regions and pay for them later, something more flexible than barter was needed. The Sumerians developed systems of credit and debt. A merchant could buy goods on credit, agreeing to pay later. This required documentation. A scribe would record the debt on a tablet. The merchant would have proof of what he owed. The creditor would have proof of what was owed to him. If the merchant died or couldn't pay, the tablet could be used to prove the debt and collect from his heirs or property. Thus, is created a need for legal structures around debt. If you owed money, what happened if you couldn't pay? Could the creditor enslave you? Could he take your property? Could you declare bankruptcy? Different city-states had different rules, but all of them recognized that debt had to be regulated or the system would collapse. Some cities allowed debt slavery, where a debtor could be enslaved until the debt was paid off. Others required debtors to give up property, but protected their persons. Some allowed for periodic debt cancellation, where debts were forgiven after a certain number of years. Hammurabi's code, which came from a later period, actually specified that debt slavery could only last 3 years, after which the slave was freed. Whether Sumerian law had similar provisions isn't entirely clear from the fragmentary records we have, but the principle that debt slavery needed limits was recognized. Otherwise, a single bad business deal could result in lifelong enslavement, and that would be devastating to the social fabric. Most people would be unwilling to engage in commerce if they risked permanent slavery. Some form of currency emerged, though not in the modern sense. You couldn't take standardized coins to a market and buy anything you wanted. But there were certain goods that were widely accepted in exchange and could serve as a standard of value. Metal, particularly silver and copper, served this function. Grain served it as well. You could express the value of almost anything in terms of how much silver it was worth, or how much grain it was worth. This made complicated transactions easier. Instead of trying to figure out what exchange rate applied between pottery and wool and land, you could express the value of each in terms of silver or grain, and then calculate what the exchange should be. But even this wasn't money in the full modern sense. There were no standardized coins minted by the government, with guaranteed purity. Instead, merchants had to weigh precious metals to determine their value. A transaction involving silver meant measuring it out carefully, weighing it, verifying that you were getting what you expected. This made commerce more complex and more prone to fraud. So weights and measures had to be standardized. The government would establish official standards. A shekel was a specific weight of silver. A gur was a specific measure of grain. Merchants had to have weights that matched the official standards. Cheaters who used false weights could be caught and punished. The development of standardized weights and measures was itself a major innovation. It required agreement among all the cities that were going to use the same standards. It required someone to maintain reference standards that could be checked against. It required training officials who could verify that merchants' weights were accurate. This infrastructure of standardization was as important to trade as the goods themselves. Without it, every transaction would be vulnerable to cheating. With it, merchants could conduct business with confidence. They knew that a shekel of silver in Ur was the same weight as a shekel of silver in Nippur. This made long-distance trade much more practical. Long-distance trade created the need for new business structures. If a merchant wanted to send goods from Uruk to a distant city, he couldn't go himself and wait for months to get repaid. He might send a representative or partner. He might form a business arrangement with another merchant in the distant city. He might use a middleman or broker. These arrangements had to be documented. Contracts were written specifying what each party owed the other. What would happen if the goods were lost or damaged? What commission the middleman would receive? Clay tablets recorded these agreements. If a dispute arose, the tablets could be used as evidence in court. The risk in long-distance trade was substantial. A shipment sent south to the Persian Gulf might be lost to pirates or storms. Goods sent over Ireland might be stolen by bandits. A merchant in a distant city might simply refuse to pay, claiming the goods never arrived or that they were damaged and worthless. These risks made contracts essential. The contracts didn't prevent disasters, but they provided a framework for dealing with them. If goods were lost, the contract specified who bore the loss. If there was a dispute about whether goods were damaged or defective, the contract could be used to resolve it. Without written contracts, these disputes would be resolved through violence or personal connections. With written contracts, they could be resolved through law. The development of these systems required people with specific expertise. Merchants needed to understand accounting, contracts, and the law. Scribes needed to be able to record complicated agreements clearly. Judges needed to understand commercial law well enough to settle disputes fairly. The economy was becoming professionalized, with specialists in different aspects of commerce. A successful merchant might accumulate significant wealth, eventually becoming as powerful as a temple official or government administrator. Some merchants became wealthy enough to lend money to others, effectively becoming bankers. Temple merchants, who handled trade on behalf of the temples, wielded considerable power within the temple bureaucracy. Royal merchants, who conducted trade on behalf of lugals, could become close advisors to rulers. In this way, commercial success created social mobility. A man born into a merchant family, or a clever individual who apprenticed to a merchant, could potentially rise quite far in society. Agriculture remained the foundation of Sumerian economy, but it was increasingly sophisticated and organized. The main crops were barley and wheat, which grew well in the Mesopotamian climate, despite the challenges of irregular rainfall. Dates were also important, providing nutrition and sweetness to a diet that otherwise lacked sugar. Legumes like lentils and chickpeas were cultivated, providing protein. Vegetables like onions and lettuce supplemented the diet. The agricultural calendar was crucial. Farmers had to know when to plant, when to irrigate, when to harvest. This knowledge was accumulated over generations and passed down from father to son. A farmer who made mistakes about timing could lose his entire crop. The timing wasn't just about weather, though that was important. It was also about water management. You had to irrigate at the right time to ensure plants got water when they needed it most. You had to harvest at the right time to avoid losing grain to weather or disease. The entire agricultural cycle had to be coordinated carefully. The irrigation systems, which I mentioned earlier, were essential to agriculture. Without them, the rains alone weren't sufficient, but maintaining irrigation systems required cooperation between neighboring farmers. If one person let his part of a canal fall into disrepair, water wouldn't flow to fields downstream. This created a need for organization. Someone had to oversee the maintenance of canals. Someone had to decide how water was distributed when there wasn't enough for everyone. The temple often filled this role, controlling major irrigation projects and distributing water to farmers. The Lugal might also take control of irrigation as a way to assert power over the population. By controlling water, they controlled agriculture. By controlling agriculture, they controlled survival. Most people depended on the crops grown in their immediate vicinity. If the person controlling irrigation decided to cut off water to your fields as punishment, you would starve. This gave enormous power to whoever controlled the irrigation system. Irrigation agriculture was vulnerable to environmental changes. In particularly dry years, water supplies might be insufficient. Salinization, the accumulation of salt in the soil, was a persistent problem. In irrigated areas, salt accumulated in the soil over time, reducing fertility. When water was diverted from fields to irrigation channels and then allowed to evaporate, it left salt behind. This salt built up over centuries. Farmers had to rotate fields, letting them lie fallow to recover. Some fields eventually became too saline to farm. In some cases, farmers would try to leach salt from fields by flooding them with fresh water, but this was expensive and time-consuming. Archaeological evidence suggests that salinization was a serious problem in some areas, contributing to reduced agricultural yields over time. This environmental pressure eventually contributed to the decline of some cities. But in the period we're discussing, irrigation was still highly successful. It supported populations far larger than rainfall agriculture alone could support. The surplus from irrigation agriculture fed the scribes, priests, soldiers, and craftspeople. Without irrigation, the great cities of Sumer couldn't have existed. The investment in irrigation systems was one of the defining characteristics of Sumerian civilization. It was what made urbanization possible. It was what made the surplus possible. It was what made the temples and the Lugal's power possible. Crafts and technology advanced significantly during this period. Pottery became increasingly standardized, produced in large quantities in workshops attached to temples. The potter's wheel, which appeared in Mesopotamia around 3500 BCE, made it possible to produce more uniform pots more quickly. Instead of hand-shaping each pot, potters could center clay on the wheel and shape it as the wheel spun. This was faster and more consistent. Mass production of pottery became possible. Pots that were once individually made with unique designs became standardized products. Textiles were increasingly important. Sumerian sheep provided wool that was woven into cloth in large quantities. Entire workshops were dedicated to textile production. Weavers worked at looms, creating cloth that could be sold as used to pay workers. The looms grew more sophisticated over time, some of them large enough to require multiple weavers working together. Dyeing techniques improved, allowing weavers to create patterned textiles. Sumerian textiles were apparently prized. Evidence suggests they were exported to distant regions. Wealthy people and rulers wanted fine Sumerian cloth. This created a valuable export market. Metalworking advanced as well. Copper, tin, and eventually bronze were worked into tools, weapons, and decorative objects. Bronze was stronger than copper alone, and smiths learned how to mix the two metals in the right proportions. The transition from copper to bronze represents a significant technological advance. Bronze tools were more effective than stone or copper tools. Bronze weapons gave warriors an advantage. A soldier with a bronze sword would likely defeat a soldier with a stone axe or copper weapon. Access to bronze depended on access to copper and tin, both of which had to be imported from distant regions. Copper came from Anatolia, the mountains of Turkey and beyond. Tin came from Central Asia, or possibly from distant Anatolia. These metals had to travel hundreds of miles to reach Sumer. This made bronze goods expensive and valuable. Controlling the bronze trade could be a source of considerable wealth and power. Some historians argue that the quest for tin supplies actually drove Mesopotamian expansion and trade during this period. Cities that could secure reliable supplies of tin could produce better weapons and tools, giving them an advantage over competitors. Ships and boats were built to facilitate trade. The Sumerians didn't invent the boat, but they improved on earlier designs and used boats extensively for trade. Riverboats made of bundled reeds could carry more cargo than a person could carry overland. Ships made of wood planks could travel longer distances, including the Persian Gulf. Navigating the Persian Gulf was dangerous. Winds could be unpredictable. Currents could be strong. Pirates might attack merchant vessels, but the rewards justified the risks. Trade with the Indus Valley was profitable. Goods from that region, including semi-precious stones, were valued in Sumer. In return, Sumerian traders and craftspeople wanted access to what the Indus Valley produced. Boat building became a specialized craft. You needed people who understood how to select wood, how to shape it, how to fit the pieces together so the boat wouldn't leak. Carpenters worked on boats, creating increasingly sophisticated designs. A successful ship trade could bring great wealth to a city. Which had access to the Persian Gulf, eventually became very wealthy, partly through maritime trade. The city's location gave it an advantage in controlling Gulf trade. These various crafts and technologies were concentrated in workshops, many of them attached to temples or run by the Lugal. A single large institution might have dozens of craftspeople working under one roof. The spinning and weaving workshop might have hundreds of women producing cloth. The pottery workshop might have dozens of potters. The metalworking workshop might have a dozen or more smiths. These concentrations of skilled labor made it possible to produce goods at a scale that individual craftspeople couldn't match. It also made it easier for those in authority to control the craftspeople and direct their labor. A temple or lugal could demand that craftspeople produce specific goods in specific quantities. An individual potter working on his own could simply refuse to work if he did, unlike the offer. But a potter working in a temple workshop, dependent on the temple for his living, couldn't refuse. This concentration of craft production in institutional workshops was one of the ways that temples and lugals maintained control. They didn't just control agricultural production and redistribution. They also controlled manufacturing. They employed the craftspeople and owned the products they made. Through this control of production, they accumulated wealth and maintained their dominance in society. A temple or lugal could use the products of these workshops as gifts to other rulers, cementing diplomatic relationships. They could use them as rations to pay workers or soldiers. They could accumulate them as symbols of wealth and power. The ability to produce goods at scale gave them abilities that smaller institutions or independent craftspeople simply didn't have. But beyond the immediate practical concerns of production and labor control, the Sumerian institutions also invested in something that seemed to have no direct economic value at the moment, yet would transform how humans understood the world. They invested in mathematics. The Sumerians were among the first people to develop a formal mathematical system, and what they created was genuinely sophisticated. They understood basic arithmetic, of course, addition, and subtraction. But they went far beyond that. They developed a system based on the number 60, which we still use today when we divide hours into minutes and seconds. Think about that for a moment. Every time you look at a clock, you're using a mathematical system invented by the Sumerians more than 4,000 years ago. This wasn't accidental. There were practical reasons for choosing 60. 60 is highly divisible. You can divide it by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30. This made it useful for everything from dividing land into portions to measuring grain. But the mathematical sophistication went deeper than just using base 60. Sumerian mathematicians understood fractions. They could calculate areas and volumes. They could solve complex problems involving multiple unknowns. Cuneiform tablets from the Old Babylonian period, which built on Sumerian traditions, show mathematical problems that look almost like algebra, asking things like if a field has certain dimensions and produces a certain amount of grain, how much will a larger field produce? These problems required mathematical reasoning, not just counting. The practical applications of mathematics were essential. If you're distributing rations to thousands of workers, you need to be able to calculate quickly and accurately. If you're building a large structure like a temple or a ziggurat, you need to know how much material you need, and you need to be able to check that the builders aren't wasting resources. If you're measuring land for taxation or redistribution, you need precise measurements and the ability to verify them. The temples and the lugals employed mathematicians, scribes trained in numerical reasoning who could handle these calculations. These mathematicians became indispensable. A lugal couldn't run his state without people who could do mathematics. This made mathematicians valuable members of society, people with specialized knowledge that took years to acquire. Young men would apprentice to learn mathematics, memorizing tables of multiplication and division, practicing the manipulation of fractions, learning how to set up and solve problems. The training was rigorous and disciplined. Some of the school tablets that survive show practice problems worked by students, with correct answers written next to failed attempts. These students were learning not just how to calculate, but how to think logically about numerical relationships. Closely related to mathematics was astronomy. The Sumerians observed the night sky carefully, tracking the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. They identified planets like Venus, which appears both at dawn and dusk and seemed to change its position dramatically. They noticed that Venus followed a regular pattern, appearing in the evening sky for some months, then disappearing, then reappearing in the morning sky. By tracking these patterns carefully, Sumerian astronomers could predict when Venus would appear and disappear. This ability to predict celestial events gave them power. If a lugal could tell his people that Venus would appear at a certain time, and it did, that demonstrated his connection to the gods, his understanding of cosmic order. Venus was associated with Inanna, the goddess, and Sumerian leaders could use astronomical knowledge to strengthen their religious authority. The Sumerians also tracked the moon carefully, noting its phases and its position relative to the stars. This was essential for developing a lunar calendar, which they used for religious festivals and for marking time. A lunar month is about 29.5 days, so the Sumerians had to figure out when to add an extra month to keep the calendar aligned with the seasons. This required careful observation and mathematical calculation. Some scholars believe that the Sumerian calendar was sophisticated enough that they could predict lunar eclipses, though the evidence is debated. Even without eclipse prediction, the ability to track celestial movements and keep a reliable calendar was a significant intellectual achievement. It required coordinating observations over years and decades, passing knowledge from one generation to the next, maintaining records. It required the kind of institutional support that temples could provide, with resources to support observers and scribes who maintained records over long periods. Astronomy was also practical. If you're trading across the sea, you need to navigate by the stars. If you're coordinating with distant cities, you need a reliable calendar, so that when you agree to meet at a certain time, you actually meet on the same day. The Sumerians' astronomical knowledge supported their trade and their ability to coordinate their activities across their entire civilization. But there was also something more intangible here. The Sumerians were trying to understand the universe. They were noticing patterns in the sky and trying to figure out what those patterns meant. They were developing theories about how the universe worked, how the celestial bodies moved, what governed their movements. This was the beginning of science, the effort to observe the natural world carefully, identify patterns, and use those patterns to make predictions. The Sumerians weren't thinking about science in the modern sense, but they were engaged in the same basic activity, careful observation followed by reasoning. Given the Sumerian investment in writing and record-keeping, it's not surprising that they developed literature, some of the world's earliest poetry and narrative texts. The Epic of Gilgamesh stands as perhaps the most famous example, but there were others as well. Hymns to gods, laments for fallen cities, love poems, and narratives describing the actions of gods and kings. These weren't casual compositions. They were carefully crafted, preserved on clay tablets, copied repeatedly so that subsequent generations could read them. The creation of literature required literacy, obviously, but it also required something else, a belief that certain stories and ideas were worth preserving, worth spending resources to copy and maintain. Religious institutions maintained much of this literature. Pile libraries held copies of hymns to the gods, texts recited during religious ceremonies. Royal courts maintained epics celebrating their king's deeds. But the literature also served functions beyond the purely religious or political. Stories about heroes and their struggles resonated with people. The tale of Gilgamesh, seeking immortality and ultimately learning to accept mortality, dealt with universal human concerns. Different versions of the story circulated, with variations introduced by different scribes and different cities. Some versions emphasized Gilgamesh's friendship with Enkidu, others emphasized his quest, still others emphasized his interactions with gods. The fact that the story could be told in different ways suggests that it served as a kind of framework for thinking about important themes, not as a fixed doctrine, but as a flexible narrative that could be adapted to different circumstances and audiences. Poetry was particularly important. Many Sumerian literary texts were composed in verse, using rhythm and repetition to make them more memorable and more aesthetically pleasing. Poetry would have been performed aloud, recited by professional reciters or by priests during ceremonies. Hearing poetry performed aloud is different from reading it silently. The sound matters. The rhythm and rhyme help convey meaning and emotion. A skilled performer could make a poem come alive in ways that silent reading cannot. Professional poets existed in Sumerian society, people trained in the craft of creating and performing poetry. They would compose new works or perform traditional ones at celebrations, feasts, and religious ceremonies. Their status varied. Some were attached to temples or courts and received regular support. Others were more independent, performing for whoever would pay them. A good poet could become quite famous, sought after for important occasions. Poets contributed to the cultural memory of their society. Through their compositions, they helped preserve stories and values. They commented on contemporary events, celebrating victories or lamenting defeats. They helped people make sense of their world, offering perspectives on human nature, morality, the relationship between humans and gods. The investment in poetry and in poets was an investment in cultural continuity and in the transmission of values. Writing made another form of expression possible: extended narrative prose. Stories could be told over multiple tablets, allowing for complex plots and character development that oral storytelling, while capable of great sophistication, made more difficult to preserve exactly. A story written down could be read again in exactly the same words. Oral tradition allowed for variation and adaptation, which had its own value, but writing allowed for precision and preservation of specific phrasings and details. Different genres developed. There were myths explaining how the world was created and how the gods ordered it. There were historical narratives describing the deeds of kings. There were wisdom literature, texts offering advice about how to live and how to succeed in the world. There were aments, texts expressing grief over the loss of cities or the death of loved ones. Each genre served different purposes and appealed to different audiences. Wisdom literature, for instance, would be read by scribes in training, teaching them values and proper conduct. Myths would be incorporated into religious ceremonies, helping believers understand their faith. Historical narratives would be read by rulers, teaching them lessons from the past about how to govern effectively. The existence of this literature depended on scribes. Scribes had to be literate, had to know how to read and write cuneiform. They had to understand the language well enough to compose new texts or copy existing ones accurately. They had to care about getting the details right, about preserving the exact wording of important texts. Scribal training involved not just learning how to write, but learning to read and appreciate literature, to understand the historical and mythological traditions their culture valued. A scribe wasn't just a technician, someone who could mechanically copy words. A good scribe was an intellectual, someone who understood the content of what they were writing, who could appreciate the beauty of a well-crafted sentence or a clever turn of phrase. The scribal profess, ion, was a path to influence and respect. A talented scribe could rise quite far in society, becoming an advisor to a king or the head of a temple's administrative system. The investment in scribal training, in libraries, in the production of texts, was an investment in cultural transmission and in the intellectual life of society. Art was another arena where Sumerian civilization expressed itself and where the institutions invested significant resources. Sumerian art included sculpture, painting, metalwork, and mosaics. Sculptures ranged from small figurines to life-sized or larger representations of gods and kings. These sculptures often showed intense attention to detail, particularly in the carving of faces and hands. The eyes were often large and staring, giving an impression of intensity or connection with something divine. The figure was usually shown in a formal pose, standing or sitting with a certain rigidity, not the naturalistic poses you'd see in later Greek art. This formal frontward-facing pose conveyed a sense of permanence and authority. Small votive statues, likely representing worshippers, have been found in large numbers at temple sites. These figures, often showing a worshipper with hands clasped in prayer, seem to have been placed in temples as permanent representatives of the person depicted, allowing them to participate in religious ceremonies even when they themselves couldn't be present. Larger sculptures of kings and gods communicated authority and power. A life-sized statue of a king placed in a temple made a statement about his importance and his connection to the divine. These sculptures were often dedicated to temples or placed in public areas, serving as visible demonstrations of wealth, power, and artistic achievement. Metalwork represented another form of artistic expression and a demonstration of technical skill. Sumerian artisans worked with gold, silver, copper, and bronze, creating everything from weapons to decorative vessels to jewelry. Some of the most elaborate examples of Sumerian metalwork come from the royal cemetery at where buried with kings were vessels and ornaments of extraordinary craftsmanship. A gold helmet found in one of the royal tombs shows a remarkable level of technical skill, with carefully observed anatomical details and a sophisticated aesthetic sense. The helmet wasn't just functional. It was designed to impress, to show that the person wearing it possessed both wealth and power. Jewelry shows similar sophistication, with intricate designs combining multiple metals and sometimes incorporating stone or other materials. Making such objects required not just artistic talent, but also technical knowledge about how metals behave, how to work them, how to combine them. The resources required to produce such objects were substantial. The gold and silver had to be imported from distant regions. The artisan's time had to be paid for, and the work required months or even years in some cases. Only wealthy institutions or wealthy individuals could afford to commission and produce such works. The existence of elaborate metalwork demonstrates that Sumerian society had accumulated enough wealth and had enough organized labor that some of it could be devoted to the creation of objects whose primary purpose was to demonstrate beauty and status, rather than serve a purely practical function. Mosaics, created by arranging small pieces of stone or other materials into patterns, decorated temple walls and other important buildings. Cone mosaics, where small cone-shaped pieces of fired clay were set into plaster to create patterns, appear to be a distinctive Sumerian invention. The cones were dyed different colors, allowing artisans to create geometric or representational patterns. These mosaics would have been striking, catching and reflecting light in ways that would have made them visible and impressive from a distance. The time and labor required to create such mosaics was substantial. Each cone had to be made, colored, and then individually pressed into place. The patterns had to be planned out in advance, yet temples invested in creating these elaborate decorations. The bow, tie, and the labor itself were part of the message. The decoration communicated that this was an important place, worthy of the finest artistry available. It communicated that the gods and the people who served them deserved this beauty. All of this art required artists and craftspeople, people trained in their craft, producing work according to specifications set by their patrons. Some artists probably had regular work with temples or courts, producing objects as needed. Others might have worked more independently, selling their creations to whoever wanted to buy them. But the most ambitious and elaborate works, the sculptures and mosaics that would last centuries, were typically commissions from wealthy institutions. These institutions had the resources to pay for ambitious projects and a reason to undertake them, to enhance their prestige and to honor their gods. The investment in art was also an investment in the reputation and power of the institutions that sponsored it. A king who could commission elaborate sculpture, as in mosaics, was demonstrating his power and his connection to the gods. A temple that was decorated with fine artwork was showing that it was important, that it deserved the finest materials and the most skilled artisans. Military power was another essential foundation of Sumerian civilization, and like other aspects of society, it was invested in and developed over time. The earliest evidence suggests that Sumerian cities had organized military forces, armies commanded by the Lugal, that could defend the city against attack or conquer neighboring territories. Warfare between city-states was apparently common, driven by disputes over water rights, agricultural land, or simply the desire to expand territory and power. The weapons used evolved over time as technology improved. Early weapons were made of stone, bone, or copper. As bronze became available, weapons became more effective. A soldier armed with a bronze sword or spear was superior to one armed with stone or copper equivalents. The development of the chariots, pulled by donkeys or mules, provided a mobile platform for archers and gave an advantage to forces that possessed them. Though not every Sumerian city-state could afford to maintain chariots, those that could gained a significant military advantage. These vehicles required specialized craftspeople to build and maintain them, considerable resources to support the animals that pulled them, and training for the soldiers who operated them. Tactics and organization were important, perhaps more important than individual weapons. An army organized into units with a clear command structure could be more effective than a larger but disorganized force. Professional soldiers, trained and experienced, would be more effective than drafted civilians. The Lugals began organizing their armies more systematically over time, maintaining standing forces of professional soldiers rather than relying entirely on calling up citizens when needed. These standing armies required resources to support, salaries to pay the soldiers, food and equipment to provide them. But they gave the Lugal a force that was always ready and whose loyalty was more assured than that of drafted civilians who wanted to be back home farming or trading. The development of fortifications shows that military thinking became more sophisticated over time. Early walls were simple barriers. Later walls incorporated gates that could be defended, towers from which archers could attack enemies approaching the walls, and internal structures that divided the city into defensible sections. This kind of military architecture required planning and resources to build, but provided significant defensive advantages. A well-fortified city could withstand a siege or resist an attack even if the attacking force was larger. The city wall at Uruk, mentioned earlier, was an expression of military power, but also of engineering achievement and the institutional ability to organize labor on a massive scale. Siege warfare developed as a way to overcome fortified cities. If a city was protected by strong walls, you couldn't simply attack and expect to overwhelm the defenders. You had to think about how to assault walls, how to break through gates, how to overcome defensive positions. Some of the earliest evidence of siege warfare comes from Mesopotamian sources, depictions of armies attacking cities and attempting to breach their defenses. Siege towers, battering rams, and other specialized equipment were developed to assist in these assaults. The use of such equipment required planning and resources. You had to build the equipment, transport it, and then use it in coordinated attacks. This level of military sophistication indicates that Sumerian warfare had become quite developed by the early, dynastic period. Warfare drove political consolidation. A successful military leader could conquer neighboring city-states and incorporate them into his territory. The Sumerian king list records how the kingship moved from one city to another, possibly reflecting military conquest. Kish was dominant at one period, Uruk at another, Lagash at another. These shifts in dominance likely reflected military struggles. A city-state would conquer or dominate its neighbors for a time, gaining wealth and power from tribute and territorial expansion. Then a rival city-state would grow strong enough to challenge the dominant power, and through military victory would replace it. This pattern continued throughout the early dynastic period and beyond, but as warfare became more organized and more frequent, as armies grew, larger and better equipped, the costs of warfare increased. A city-state needed significant wealth to maintain a standing army and conduct wars. This created pressure toward larger political units. A single city-state might not have enough resources to compete with a more powerful neighbor. Consolidation of smaller units into larger ones created more formidable military forces. Eventually, this would contribute to the rise of empires, larger political units incorporating many cities under one rule. The process would accelerate after the Sumerian period, but it began during the Sumerian era with the struggles between city-states and the efforts of ambitious rulers to expand their territories and consolidate their power. But even in the midst of these intellectual, artistic, and military achievements, the seeds of decline were already present. By the late early dynastic period, and increasingly as we move toward the end of the third dynasty of Ur, environmental and political pressures began to mount. One significant factor was environmental stress. The salinization problem mentioned earlier became increasingly severe in some regions. As irrigation agriculture continued over generations, salt accumulated in the soil, reducing fertility. In some areas, yields declined significantly. Archaeological evidence suggests that some regions that were productive in the early Sumerian period became less productive over time. Farmers had to work harder to produce the same amount of grain, and in some cases they couldn't maintain productivity at all. Land that had been farmed for centuries became too salty to grow crops. This forced population migrations. People living in areas where agriculture was failing had to move to more productive regions or abandon farming altogether. Such population movements disrupted existing societies and created pressure on the cities that received migrants. Additionally, water availability itself seemed to be declining. The Gulf gradually receded from some areas where it had previously reached, meaning that tidal irrigation, which had been important in the early period, became less reliable. Climate fluctuations also played a role. Some scholars believe that a general drying trend occurred in the late 3rd millennium BCE, reducing rainfall and water availability. The Evide NC suggests a shift in climate patterns, though the exact nature and severity of these changes remain debated among scholars. These environmental stresses made it more difficult for some cities to maintain their populations through local agriculture alone. A city that had supported 40,000 people when agriculture was productive might only be able to support 20,000 when the land was degraded. This forced difficult choices on leaders. Could they expand their territory to gain access to more productive land? Could they establish trade relationships to obtain food from distant regions? Could they impose heavier taxes on the remaining productive regions to support the same population? Each choice had consequences and costs. Political fragmentation also contributed to decline. The Akkadian Empire, which conquered much of Sumer around 2334 BCE under Sargon of Akkad, temporarily unified the region under a strong central authority. But Sargon's empire eventually collapsed, weakened by internal revolt and external invasion. The Akkadian period itself showed how powerful centralized rule could be, but also how fragile. Sargon had built an empire by military conquest, but maintaining it required continuing military success and the loyalty of appointed officials. When military reverses came, when ambitious generals wanted to carve out their own territories, the empire began to fragment. After the Akkadian collapse, the Sumerian city-states briefly regained independence and power. The third dynasty of Ur, which ruled from about 2112 to 2004 BCE, represented a late flowering of Sumerian power under Ur-Nammu and his successors. This period saw renewed building activity, the creation of law codes, and the development of sophisticated administrative systems. The inscriptions left by Ur-Nammu describe a highly organized state with extensive bureaucratic records, organized labor, and centralized control. Thousands of clay tablets from this period document the activities of the state, showing how thoroughly organized the administration was. But even this powerful state eventually fell. By 2004 BCE, the third dynasty of Ur collapsed, partly due to Elamite invasion from the east and partly due to internal pressures. The Elamites were a powerful neighboring civilization based in what is now Iran, and they had their own territorial ambitions. As the Ur III state weakened, possibly due to the environmental pressures we discussed, the Elamites invaded, capturing the king and carrying off treasures. This defeat was decisive. The collapse wasn't sudden, but the end was clear. After 2004 BCE, No Sumerian state regained the level of power and territorial control that had characterized the third dynasty of Ur. What is crucial to understand is that the decline of Sumerian political power wasn't a decline of Sumerian culture. After 2004 BCE, Sumerian people continued to live in Mesopotamia. Sumerian remained in use as a language, though eventually becoming less common as Akkadian became the dominant language. The transition happened gradually. Sumerian was still used for religious purposes, for writing hymns and prayers to the gods, even as Akkadian became the language of everyday administration. Sumerian religious traditions continued, with the gods continuing to be worshipped. Inanna, Enki, Enlil, and the other deities of the Sumerian pantheon remained central to religious life in Mesopotamia for centuries after political Sumeria ended. Sumerian cities continued to exist and remained important centers of trade and religious activity. But political control of the region passed to other groups. The Amorites, coming from the west, established kingdoms in Mesopotamia. These kingdoms, including the powerful First Babylonian dynasty centered at Babylon, increasingly dominated the region. Yet these Amorite kingdoms adopted Sumerian administrative systems, worshipped Sumerian gods, used cuneiform writing, and drew heavily on Sumerian culture. Hammurabi, the great Babylonian king who came more than a century after the fall of Ur III, based his law code on earlier Sumerian precedents. His famous code, carved on a stone stele, builds on the tradition of written law established by rulers like Ur-Nammu. In this sense, Sumerian civilization survived even though Sumerian political power ended. The innovations of Sumerian civilization, far from disappearing, became the foundation for subsequent Mesopotamian civilizations. This transmission is the real legacy of Sumer. The Sumerians didn't invent all aspects of civilization, but they were the first to combine multiple innovations into a comprehensive urban system. They developed cities with large populations supported by organized agriculture and complex administration. They invented writing and used it not just for accounting, but for literature, law, and the transmission of knowledge. They organized labor at unprecedented scales for the construction of monuments. They developed mathematical and astronomical knowledge. They created art and literature of remarkable sophistication. They built military forces and organized states capable of controlling large territories. All of these innovations, developed in Sumer, became the template for subsequent civilizations. The structure of government with a chief executive and a bureaucracy, the use of writing for administration and literature, the organization of large-scale building projects, the concept of written law, the mathematical and astronomical knowledge, the artistic traditions, the military organization, all of these were Sumerian innovations that would be adopted, adapted, and developed by subsequent civilizations. The city-state model that the Sumerians created became the political unit of choice throughout the Mediterranean and Near East for centuries. The base 60 mathematical system they developed is still embedded in our measurement of time and angles. The cuneiform writing system they pioneered, while eventually replaced by alphabetic writing, endured for more than 2,000 years. And influenced writing systems across the ancient world. Egypt developed its own unique forms of these innovations, but was influenced by Mesopotamian models. Later, Mesopotamian civilizations like Babylon and Assyria built directly on Sumerian foundations, adopting Sumerian writing, religion, and administrative systems while adding their own developments and innovations. The legal codes developed by later Mesopotamian rulers drew on the precedent of written law established in Sumer. The military tactics and organization developed by Assyrian generals built on foundations laid by Sumerian warriors. The astronomical and mathematical knowledge transmitted through Babylonian and later Islamic scholars, had roots in Sumerian observations and calculations. The world after Sumer was profoundly shaped by what the Sumerians had created. Looking back at the trajectory from the agricultural villages of the early periods to the sophisticated urban centers and the complex states of the Earthly period, what stands out is the accumulation of innovations and the development of systems that could organize human activity at unprecedented scales. This wasn't inevitable. At each stage, societies made choices about how to organize themselves, what to invest in, how to respond to challenges. Different choices might have led to different outcomes. But the Sumerians, faced with the challenges and opportunities of the Mesopotamian environment, developed solutions that proved remarkably effective and remarkably transmissible. Their cities became the model for urban life. Their writing system became the foundation for cuneiform writing used across the Near East. Their gods and myths were preserved and transmitted through literature that survived for thousands of years. Their administrative systems influenced how subsequent states organized themselves. In the end, the Sumerians' greatest legacy was not the monuments they built or the empires they created, though these were significant. It was the innovations they developed, the systems they created, the knowledge they preserved and transmitted. These innovations transformed human civilization, making it possible for people to live together in large numbers, to coordinate their activities across great distances, to preserve and transmit knowledge across generations. The world we live in now, with its cities, its writing, its mathematics and science, its systems of law and administration, all have roots stretching back to what the Sumerians created in those first cities along the Tigris and Euphrates. When we think about civilization itself, we're thinking about something that the Sumerians fundamentally shaped. They weren't the only civilization to make important contributions to human history, but they were the first to combine all the essential elements of civilization, the first to build cities, develop writing, create states, and transmit their knowledge to subsequent generations on such a scale. The story of human civilization, in many ways, is the story of how other societies learned from and built upon what the Sumerians had done. That story doesn't end with the fall of Ur III in 2004 BCE. It continues with the rise of Babylon, with the expansion of Assyria, with the development of Persian, Greek, and Roman civilizations, all of which inherited and adapted Sumerian innovations. The Sumerians themselves may have lost political power, but Sumerian civilization, far from disappearing, was woven into the fabric of all subsequent civilization. In that sense, the Sumerians never really fell. They simply transformed into something larger, their innovations becoming so fundamental that we often forget where they came from. But they are there, in every city, in every written word, in every mathematical calculation, in every system of law and order. The Sumerians built the foundation, and everything that came after was built upon that foundation. In the second part, we focus on the fall of the Sumerians. Picture this. It's the year 2094 before the Common Era, and somewhere in southern Mesopotamia, a man named Shulgi is consolidating power. The empire he inherited from his father Ur-Nammu is stable, organized, and ambitious. Shulgi has vision. He's reforming the government, standardizing weights and measures, building roads, training scribes in great academies, establishing a postal system that would make later empires envious. For the next 50 years, the Sumerian civilization reaches something like a golden age. It's ordered, it's efficient, it's powerful. The bureaucracy is so complex, so finely tuned, that later civilizations will study it and try to replicate it. But here's the thing about golden ages. They're fragile. They look permanent when you're living through them, but they're built on foundations that can crack. Ur III This Neo-Sumerian renaissance that had risen from chaos just a few decades earlier is going to teach Mesopotamia a brutal lesson about how quickly order collapses when the wrong pressures hit at the same time. By 2004 BCE, roughly 90 years after Shulgi's death, itself will be a smoking ruin. The empire will be fragmented into competing city-states, and a new power will begin to rise from the western steppes. A people the Sumerians looked down on, despised even, will become the dominant force in Mesopotamia. We're going to follow this collapse step by step. We'll see how a system that seemed unshakable, unbreakable, and eternal came apart at the seams. How environmental catastrophe and foreign invasion combined to destroy what looked like civilization secured forever. And we'll meet the people and personalities who tried to hold it together as it fell apart. People who failed because failure was inevitable. This is the story of III's final decades. This is how empire ends. This is how civilization crumbles. By the beginning of the second millennium before Christ, the third dynasty of had achieved something remarkable. After decades of chaos following the collapse of the Akkadian Empire, after a century of darkness and foreign occupation under the Gutians, a man named Ur-Nammu had re-established order. He'd done what no one else could do. He'd united the fractured Sumerian cities. He'd rebuilt the temples and sanctuaries. He'd restored the irrigation systems that fed the population. And in doing so, he'd given Sumerian civilization a second chance. When Ur-Nammu died around 2047 BCE, he left behind not just a stable state, but a legacy of administrative innovation that his son Shulgi would expand into something truly unprecedented. Shulgi's reign is the peak, the absolute height of what III would become. For 47 years, from roughly 2094 to 2047 BCE, Shulgi controlled much of southern and central Mesopotamia. He was more than a king. He was a builder, a patron of the arts, a reformer. He commissioned temples and public buildings across his realm. He composed poetry, or claimed to anyway. He learned music. He wanted the world to know he wasn't just a warrior or administrator. He was cultured. He was chosen by the gods. He was the ideal king. But beyond the propaganda and the claims of divinity, Shulgi made real changes to how the state functioned. He standardized the government. He standardized record-keeping. He created a unified taxation system across his territories. He even standardized the calendar. What he was building was something the ancient world had rarely seen before, a truly centralized bureaucratic state. Everything flowed through a single center. Every transaction was recorded. Every official answered to someone higher up. Every resource was tracked and allocated by the central authority. This required an army of scribes. So Shulgi created institutions called the Houses of Tablets, Iduba in Sumerian. Essentially academies where young men learned to read and write cuneiform, learned to keep records, learned the administrative systems of the state. These scribes weren't just clerks. They were the nervous system of the empire. Without them, the whole system would have ceased to function. And they left behind thousands of tablets, clay records of transactions, rations, deliveries, personnel assignments. It's these tablets that give us a window into how III worked. They show us a state that was obsessed with order, with control, with recording everything. Shulgi also understood that an empire can't function if it can't communicate. So he built roads. He established a network of way stations where messengers could rest and be resupplied with fresh horses and food. He created a postal system. When you sent a message, it was documented. The messenger received a ration for their journey. The distance was recorded. Everything was part of the system. Travelers moved along these roads with wooden way markers and rest houses, spaced at regular intervals. For the time, it was sophisticated. It was sophisticated beyond belief. It was impressive. It showed a level of organization and infrastructure that you don't see in most ancient states. And all of this depended on the agricultural wealth of southern Mesopotamia. The great river valleys produced enough grain and livestock to support armies, temples, bureaucrats, scribes, and merchants. The system was beautiful in its way. Everything was connected. Everything was tracked. Everything had a purpose in the grand hierarchy that radiated outward from But you know what's interesting about an empire that's built on perfect order and perfect control? The moment something goes wrong, when you can't control it anymore, everything becomes fragile instantly. The more rigid the system, the more catastrophic the failure when it breaks. Rigidity breaks hard. When you read the administrative tablets from III, you're reading the aspirations of the empire. You're reading what Shulgi and his successors wanted to believe about their control over the territories. They wanted to believe they could track everything, manage everything, centralize everything. But most of those tablets come from just a few cities in the heart of Sumeria, Girsu and Umma primarily. From the periphery, from the edges of the empire where actual Sumerian control was weaker, there are almost no tablets. Almost no records. It's as if the empire wanted to believe it controlled these distant regions, but the reality was much messier. Local governors in distant cities had their own interests. Local elites had their own power bases. The central authority from could impose its will for as long as the system held together, but only for as long as times stayed stable. The moment there was stress, the moment there was a crisis, all of these underlying tensions would come to the surface. The system that looked so unified, so organized, so perfectly controlled, was actually hollow in its peripheral regions. It was fragile. It was brittle. It was maintained by force and by the efficiency of the bureaucracy. But that efficiency was also its weakness. Change one variable, introduce one serious problem, and the whole intricate machine could seize up. Shulgi and his successors, Amasin and Shusin, were brilliant administrators. They understood how power worked. They understood how to project authority across distance, but they inherited and continued a system that couldn't adapt. The bureaucratic machinery that had been so carefully constructed by Shulgi could handle routine problems. It could handle normal variation, but it couldn't handle the kind of stress that would come. It couldn't handle what was about to happen. By the time Shusin was ruling, in the last decade of the 21st century BCE, the first signs of real trouble were appearing. The empire was starting to weaken. Not from internal rebellion, not yet, but from something you can't bureaucratize away. The environment itself was beginning to fail. Mesopotamia, for all its reputation as a fertile crescent, was always fragile. The river valleys gave you abundant grain if the rains came and the floods cooperated. But the region was also vulnerable to climate fluctuation, and somewhere around 2200 BCE, the climate had begun to shift. There was a period of drought that spread across the Near East. We know this now from geological records, from ice cores, and sediment analysis. Matt Comfrist and other climate scientists have documented a prolonged dry period that began around 2200 and extended well into the second millennium. During the height of the Akkadian Empire, before III rose to power, this drought had contributed to the collapse of that earlier civilization. The Gutians had invaded during a period of environmental weakness, but by the time of Shulgi's reign, things had stabilized somewhat. The immediate crisis had passed, but the underlying problem remained. The rainfall never returned to what it had been before. The soil in southern Mesopotamia was turning salty. This is a real, measurable problem in irrigated agriculture. When you irrigate regularly in an arid climate, the water brings up salts from deeper in the soil. Over time, with repeated irrigation, the salt accumulates. It poisons the earth. Crops can't grow in salt-laden soil. The Sumerians understood this. They had experienced it before. They tried to adapt. They shifted from growing wheat, which is sensitive to salt, to growing barley, which is more tolerant of saline conditions. But this was a limited solution. You can only go so far before even salt-tolerant crops fail. By the reign of Shu-Sin, we see evidence in administrative tablets that the harvests were declining. The rations that workers received were being reduced. The state was producing less grain, which meant less wealth, which meant less ability to maintain the bureaucracy, less ability to pay soldiers and officials, less ability to fund temples. Think about what this means for an empire like III. The entire system depends on agricultural surplus. The bureaucrats, the soldiers, the priests, the scribes, they all eat grain that was grown by farmers and taxed by the state. If the harvest declines, everything declines. The state can't print money. It can't borrow from banks. It has to reduce expenditures. It has to cut rations, reduce the size of the army, lay off scribes. But you can't just lay off the bureaucratic apparatus when times are bad. The system is too rigid, too inflexible. Those positions are hereditary. Those salaries are promised. Those rations are contractual. Those people expect stability. So instead of adapting, the system begins to strain. It cracks under the pressure. Officials don't get their full rations. The state becomes less attractive to the next generation. The quality of administration begins to decline. Meanwhile, the demographic consequences are real. We estimate that the population of southern Mesopotamia declined by nearly 60% over the 2 centuries between 2100 and 1700 BCE. 60%. That's a catastrophe. Cities were abandoned. Fields went unfarmed. The tax base shrank. The empire had fewer soldiers to recruit, fewer workers to draft for labor projects, fewer taxpayers to support the state. But here's the cruel irony. As the environment deteriorated and the population fell, the state didn't shrink to match. Shu-Sin, and especially his successor Ibi-Sin, faced an impossible situation. They inherited an empire designed to govern when times were good, when harvests were full, when the tributary cities were prosperous and cooperative. But they had to govern when times were catastrophic. And the system had no flexibility. They couldn't reduce the army without losing control. They couldn't shrink the bureaucracy without losing their information network. They couldn't reduce temple offerings without losing the support of the priesthood and the gods. So they had to maintain the expensive apparatus while the productive capacity underneath it was collapsing. It's like trying to operate a luxury liner when your fuel supply is dwindling. You can pump the bilge, you can lighten the load, but eventually you're going to run out of fuel. What made this even worse was that the environmental crisis created opportunity for external enemies. The drought and displacement weren't limited to Mesopotamia. They were happening across the Near East. And as resources became scarcer, as populations moved looking for better land, as the traditional trading patterns broke down, nomadic peoples began to press harder against settled civilizations. From the western steppes, from what's now Syria and the Arabian Peninsula, a people known as the Amorites started moving eastward. They were nomadic herders. They needed grazing land. They were tribal, with their own leaders and their own laws. And they were attracted to Mesopotamia, where despite the crisis, there was still more wealth and more stability than in the desert regions they came from. The Sumerians called them Martu or Tidnum. In Akkadian, they were known as Amuru. To the Egyptians, they were Amar. All of these names meant the same thing, more or less. Westerners, those who came from the West. And to the urban Sumerian population, they were something between foreign and barbarian. The Sumerians had a literary tradition, and in that tradition, they expressed their contempt for the Amorites clearly. There's a Sumerian myth from the early 2nd millennium called the Marriage of Martu. It's a cautionary tale about an Amorite god. A goddess is warned away from marrying this Amorite deity. The warning describes him and his people in language dripping with disdain. Their hands are destructive. Their features are like monkeys. They eat things forbidden to the civilized. They show no reverence to the gods. They roam constantly. They're an abomination. They have no proper houses. They live in tents exposed to wind and rain. They can't recite prayers properly. They live in the mountains and ignore the places of gods. They dig up truffles instead of farming. They don't know how to kneel in prayer. They eat raw flesh. This isn't just religious intolerance. This is cultural disgust. The Sumerians saw themselves as the height of civilization. They had cities, written language, law codes, temples, organized agriculture, complex trade. The Amorites, by contrast, were nomadic, tribal, without written records, as far as the Sumerians knew, without the same religious practices. They weren't farmers primarily. They were herders. They moved with their flocks. To the settled urban Sumerians, this must have seemed primitive, barbaric even. The gap between Sumerian civilization and Amorite pastoralism was immense, not just in practical terms, but in how each people understood the world. And yet, over the next century, it would be the Amorites who inherited Mesopotamia. It would be the nomadic people, the ones the Sumerians despised, who would become the dominant force in the region. It would be a humiliation for Sumerian civilization, if there had been anyone left to be humiliated. By the end of Shulgi's reign, and especially during the reigns of his successors, the Amorite pressure became serious. They weren't invading in organized military campaigns. They were migrating. They were moving their herds into the river valleys and settling. They were taking advantage of depopulated regions where Sumerian control was weakening. And Shusin, who ruled from roughly 2037 to 2029 BCE, recognized the threat. He understood that these nomadic peoples represented a danger to the empire. So he did what empires do when facing external pressure. He built a wall, a massive wall, 270 kilometers long, stretching from the Tigris River to the Euphrates River, designed to keep the Amorites out of southern Mesopotamia. It was an enormous engineering project. It must have required thousands of workers, tremendous resources, constant maintenance, and it's telling that a ruler felt led to build it. It shows you how serious the Amorite problem had become. It shows you that the empire was on the defensive. But a wall is only as good as the army defending it, and the Third Army, already weakened by reduced rations and reduced revenue, couldn't stop a migration. You can stop a military invasion with a wall and soldiers, but you can't stop people from gradually settling in border regions, from filtering through the weaker points, from establishing communities that eventually have enough weight and enough people that they can't be dislodged without massive effort. The wall held for a time. But the Amorite presence in Mesopotamia kept growing. Some of them probably enlisted in the Sumerian army. Some probably married into local populations. Some probably just occupied land that no one had the strength to expel them from. The empire was losing control at its edges. And as that happened, the central authority weakened further. The empire couldn't project power if it couldn't control its own territory. The longer the situation went on, the more the Amorite tribes became integrated into Mesopotamian life, and the less foreign they seemed. Gradually, inevitably, the balance of power began to shift. By the time Ibisin came to the throne around 2028 BCE, the situation had deteriorated significantly. Ibisin was the last king of III, though he didn't know it when he took power. He inherited an empire in crisis. He was trying to rule while everything was simultaneously collapsing. The harvests were still failing. The population was still declining. The Amorites were still at the borders. The subsidiary cities were growing restless. It was an impossible situation for any ruler, but especially for Ibbi-Sin, who apparently lacked the political genius that Shulgi had possessed. Where Shulgi had brought order and innovation, Ibbi-Sin was managing decline. And managing decline is brutally hard. It's especially hard when you're running a system designed for prosperity and growth, not contraction and survival. Every decision he made was the wrong one in someone's eyes. Cut rations to the army and morale falls. Soldiers leave. Security declines. Try to maintain the army at full strength, and you bankrupt the state. It's a death trap, really. And Ibbi-Sin was caught in it. But it wasn't just external pressure and environmental crisis that doomed Ibbi-Sin. There were ambitious men within the empire itself who saw opportunity in the chaos. One of them was a man named Ishbi-Erra. Ishbi-Erra came from Mari in the north and had risen through the ranks of the Ur-III administration. He was part of the system. He understood how it worked. He had seen Shulgi and the other kings exercise power, and he was watching the empire fall apart and seeing a chance to build his own power. When Ibbi-Sin left Ur to deal with military crises in the east, campaigning against the Elamites who were raiding the borderlands, Ishbi-Erra made his move. He was in control of the northern territories, managing supply lines and military logistics, and he used that position to consolidate power. He convinced the citizens and officials of the northern region that they couldn't rely on Ur to protect them anymore. Look, he essentially told them, the king is fighting in the east. The Amorites are pressing from the west. No one's protecting you. You need independent control. You need your own army, your own government, your own system of defense. And he was right. The northern cities didn't need those things. The empire couldn't protect them anymore. So, through a combination of political maneuvering, military positioning, and promising that he could provide the protection that Ur couldn't, Ishbi-Erra took control of the city of Isin, not far from Ur itself. Ibbi-Sin, when he realized what was happening, was trapped. He was campaigning in the east when his own empire was splintering behind him. By the time he could return, Ishbi-Erra had established himself as the independent ruler of Isin. He had the support of the northern cities. He had soldiers. He had resources. And he had legitimacy, or at least the appearance of it. He presented himself as the protector of the north, the man who was standing up to the Amorites, the man who could hold back the tide of chaos. The two cities, Ur and Isin, should have been allies against the external threats. They should have been united. But instead, they became rivals, competing for control of the fragmenting Sumerian state. Ibbi-Sin in the south tried to assert his authority. Ishbi-Erra in the north refused to accept it. Neither had the resources to defeat the other decisively. Neither had the strength to unite Mesopotamia again. And this rivalry, this bitter internal conflict, meant that neither city had the strength to resist the real catastrophe that was coming. The Elamites, seeing the internal division, seeing that Mesopotamia was torn apart by its own competing factions, seized their chance. It was the moment of opportunity they had been waiting for. In 2004 BCE, the Elamites, led by King Kindatu of the Shimashki dynasty, attacked Ur. It wasn't a raid. It wasn't a show of force meant to extract tribute or negotiate terms. It was a full invasion intended to conquer and hold the city. The Elamites had their own ambitions. They had watched Ur III for generations, this wealthy southern power that had excluded them from the rich trade networks of Mesopotamia. They had their own grievances, their own reasons for resentment. And now, with Ur weakened by internal division and external pressure, with Ibbi-Sin distracted by crises on multiple fronts, the moment had come. The Elamites saw their opening, and they took it. Ibbi-Sin tried to defend his city and his people, but against the Elamite army, his weakened forces couldn't prevail. The comparison is unequal. Ur III at its height under Shulgi could have crushed any Elamite force, But Ur III wasn't at its height anymore. It was hollow. It was all facade and memory. So the city fell. The temples were desecrated. Ibis-Sin was captured. The Sumerian sources are fragmentary about what happened to him exactly, but they suggest he was deported, possibly to Elam itself, where he died in captivity. Far from home, far from his city, stripped of power. That's how the last king of Ur III ended. Ur itself was burned, not accidentally as a side effect of conquest, but deliberately. The city was systematically destroyed. The great city, the center of Sumerian civilization, the home of the moon god, was reduced to rubble. And the Sumerians, the survivors who remained, created a record of this catastrophe in a literary form that still survives. It's called The Lament for Ur. We don't know who wrote it exactly, though we can make educated guesses. It was probably composed by priests or scribes associated with the temple of Nanna, the moon god who was the patron deity of Ur. These would have been men who had lost everything. Their temple had been desecrated. Their city had been destroyed. Their god had failed to protect them. It was likely written within a few decades of the catastrophe, during the chaotic period that followed the fall, when the survivors were trying to make sense of what had happened. The lament is a poem, and like all poetry, it mixes historical fact with emotional truth. It's not a journalistic account. It's not meant to be objective. It's meant to be felt. It describes the fall of the city in visceral, almost unbearable language. Corpses piled at the lofty city gates, the plain that had been covered with grass, the land that had been green and productive was now cracked like a kiln, like pottery broken in the fire, like the earth itself had been destroyed. The rivers that had given life to the land, the rivers that had made Mesopotamian agriculture possible, were now silent, empty. The grain was gone. The prosperity was gone. The trade was gone. Everything that had made Ur great was destroyed. The city was transformed from a center of civilization to a tomb. But the lament is trying to communicate something more than just the physical destruction. It's trying to capture something deeper, something that's harder to describe but more important. It's capturing the spiritual and psychological crisis that the fall of Ur represented. The Sumerians believed that Nanna, the moon god, protected his city. Nanna was powerful. Nanna was divine. Nanna had protected Ur for centuries. The moon god was Ur's greatest asset, more valuable than any wall, any army, any amount of grain. The entire religious system of the city was built around the relationship between the people and their god. If you honored Nanna, kept his temple, maintained the proper rituals, Nanna would protect you. It was a covenant, a deal, an understanding. And yet, in 2004 BCE, Nanna couldn't or wouldn't save his own city. How do you explain that? How do you maintain faith in the gods when they fail you in the moment you need them most? How do you go on believing in the system when the system has so catastrophically failed? The fall of Ur was more than a military defeat. It was a theological disaster. It shattered the fundamental belief system that held Sumerian civilization together. It broke something that couldn't be easily repaired. And that loss of faith, that loss of meaning, was perhaps even more damaging than the physical destruction. When Ur fell, the dream of a unified Sumerian state fell with it. The empire didn't gradually decline. It fragmented immediately. It was as if the structure was holding only by will, and when that will was broken, everything fell apart at once. Ishbi-Erra in Isin declared himself king of a new dynasty, a successor state to Ur III. He was trying to maintain continuity with the past, trying to present himself as the legitimate heir to Sumerian power. But it was a claim that nobody else accepted. In Larsa, to the south, an Amorite dynasty took control. In Eshnunna, in the north, another dynasty emerged. In Kish, in Der, In Sippar, local rulers declared independence. The great unified system had shattered into fragments. Each city-state wanted to go its own way. There was no longer a central authority, no longer a unified system, no longer any meaningful order. What emerged instead was chaos and competition. The Isin-Lhasa period, as historians call it, lasted roughly 2 centuries, from 2004 BCE until around 1800 or so. And those 2 centuries were brutal ones. They were filled with constant warfare and political maneuvering among competing city-states that had once been part of a single empire. Isin and Lhasa fought for supremacy over southern Mesopotamia, year after year, decade after decade. Various cities made alliances and then broke them when circumstances changed. Treaties that promised peace didn't hold. Kings made and unmade agreements depending on who had the military advantage at any given moment. The Amorites, who had been pressing at the borders of Ur III for decades, now took over whole regions. They weren't conquering all at once in organized military campaigns. It was a gradual process, a slow infiltration and replacement of Sumerian elites with Amorite ones. Over time, the new rulers learned the language, adopted the religion, married into the families. And throughout this period, Sumerian political power continued to decline. The bureaucratic system that Shulgi had built with such care, so meticulously constructed and so rigidly organized, simply ceased to exist. It couldn't function without a central authority to maintain it. It couldn't adapt to a decentralized world of competing city-states that no longer trusted each other. That system was designed for empire, not for city-states in competition. It was designed for unified control, not fragmentation, so it just collapsed under the weight of circumstances it had never been built to handle. Administrators couldn't do their jobs without the central structure they relied on. Scribes had nowhere to go, nowhere to be employed, no unified government that needed their services anymore. The houses of tablets, those academies that Shulgi had built to train the next generation of bureaucrats, closed because there was no longer a central government to support them or employ their graduates. The message system that Shulgi had established, with its carefully placed waymarks and rest houses and tracked messengers, fell apart because different cities no longer shared the same system or trusted each other's routes. It all unraveled. The network that had bound the empire together, that had made unified administration possible across vast distances, dissolved into chaos. Cities that had once cooperated under central authority now viewed each other with suspicion. The roads weren't safe anymore. The way stations became useless. The postal system was abandoned, and with it dissolved the last vestiges of Sumerian political dominance. The infrastructure of power, once so impressive, was just gone. The people who had created civilization, who had invented writing and law and organized government, found themselves subordinate to the Amorites, the people they had despised as barbaric and primitive. It was a reversal so complete, so humiliating, that it must have been almost incomprehensible to the Sumerian survivors. How could this happen? How could the sophisticated, the advanced, the chosen people of the gods be conquered by tent dwellers who didn't even know how to recite prayers properly? And yet, it happened. The Amorites, for all their reputation as destructive barbarians, proved remarkably capable of adapting. They moved into the cities. They learned the administrative systems. They married into local families. They took Sumerian names and adopted Sumerian gods. The transition wasn't instantaneous. It was gradual, almost imperceptible while it was happening. But over the course of a century, gradually but inexorably, Amorite dynasties replaced Sumerian ones. Amorite names appeared in the king lists. Amorite rulers presented themselves as heirs to Sumerian tradition. Amorite gods were incorporated into the temples alongside the old Sumerian deities. Akkadian, The Semitic language that had coexisted alongside Sumerian for centuries gradually replaced Sumerian as the language of administration and everyday use. Sumerian didn't disappear. It became a literary language, a language of scholarship and religious tradition and high culture, but no longer the language of power, no longer the language in which kings ruled or merchants conducted business. The common people gradually stopped speaking it. It became a dead language, preserved only in the temples and the training of scribes. The Sumerian age was ending. The age of the Amorite kingdoms was beginning, and it happened so gradually, so naturally, that no one moment can be pointed to and called the end of Sumerian civilization. But the end was there nonetheless, inevitable and irreversible. In the days immediately following the fall of Ur, there was no organized response, no coordinated effort to restore order. There couldn't be. The system that held everything together had broken completely. Refugees from Ur scattered into the surrounding countryside. Some fled to other cities, hoping to find safety and employment. Others stayed behind to salvage what they could from the ruins. The temples had been desecrated. The royal palace was destroyed. The great ziggurat of Nana, the moon god's temple, the religious and economic center of the city, stood damaged and profaned by Elamite hands. Priests who had served Nana for their entire lives saw their god's sanctuary violated. The psychological impact of this cannot be overstated. For a Sumerian, the temple wasn't just a building. It was the physical presence of the divine on earth. When the Elamites desecrated the temple of Nana, they were committing an act of cosmic sacrilege. They were saying, explicitly and violently, that Nana had no power, that the god couldn't protect his own sanctuary, that the covenant between God and city had been shattered. The survivors who remained in Ur faced an impossible situation. The city was damaged. The surrounding agricultural land was disrupted. The trade networks that had sustained Ur's wealth were broken. The great harbour that had connected Ur to the Persian Gulf and the broader trading world became useless when there was no government strong enough to maintain it, or ships willing to take the risk of trading with a ruined city. People starved. The grain stores that the state had maintained for emergencies were either destroyed or seized by the Elamites. The irrigation systems that had been maintained so carefully during Ur III began to fail without the central government coordinating their upkeep. Water that should have flowed to fields was wasted. Fields that had been productive became fallow. The demographic consequences were catastrophic. The population of Ur, which had been one of the largest cities in Mesopotamia, collapsed. Within a generation, Ur was no longer one of the major population centers of the region. It would eventually be repopulated, but never at the scale or with the importance it had once held. But the fall of Ur wasn't just about Ur itself. It was about the entire system collapsing simultaneously across southern Mesopotamia. When Ur fell, the regional hegemons who had been loyal to Ur III, or at least constrained by it, suddenly found themselves free. Free to assert their own power, free to ignore the central authority, free to expand their influence into neighboring territories. The moment the Elamites left, having looted what they could and destroyed what they couldn't carry, the cities of Mesopotamia turned on each other. Larsa declared independence from Ur. Uruk declared independence. Nippur, one of the oldest and most sacred cities in Mesopotamia, home to the temple of Enlil, the supreme god, asserted its own authority. What had been provinces of a unified empire became independent city-states. What had been governors became kings. What had been a hierarchy radiating outward from Ur became a patchwork of competing powers, each one trying to expand at the expense of its neighbours. The breakdown of the postal system meant that communication between cities became difficult and unreliable. Letters that would have taken weeks to arrive under Ur III now took months, if they arrived at all. The road networks that Shulgi had so carefully built fell into disrepair. Without central maintenance, the way stations were abandoned. Bandits occupied the roads. The system of official messengers disappeared. Trade became localized. Each city had to be more self-sufficient because long-distance commerce was too dangerous and too unreliable. This fragmentation of trade and communication meant that cities became isolated from each other. They began to think of themselves as separate entities with separate interests. The idea of Sumerian unity, which had been maintained at least ziggurats, likely during III, evaporated. And into this chaos, into this fragmentation and weakness, the Amorites poured. They didn't need to conquer territories through organized military campaigns. They just needed to move in and establish themselves. And that's what they did. Within a decade of Ur's fall, Amorite settlers were in southern Mesopotamia in significant numbers. Some came as warriors, taking advantage of the weakness to seize land and cattle. Others came as traders, setting up shop in the disrupted markets. Still others came as refugees themselves, fleeing drought and dislocation in the western deserts, attracted by the relative prosperity of the river valleys, even in their diminished state. The rivers still flowed. The irrigation systems, though neglected, still functioned, at least partially. The grain fields still produced, even if the harvests were smaller than they had been. For people coming from the desert, this was genuinely prosperous. The Amorites were not a unified force with a single army and a single goal. They were a diverse collection of tribes and family groups, each with their own leaders and their own interests. Some tribes allied with each other for mutual defense. Some competed against each other for grazing rights and control of territories. Some made treaties with the Mesopotamian city-states, offering military service in exchange for land and position. Others raided the Mesopotamian cities, taking advantage of their internal conflicts to seize livestock and goods. It was not conquest in the classical sense. It was migration, infiltration, gradual displacement. It was the kind of slow-motion transformation that's almost invisible while it's happening, but absolutely decisive when it's complete. The immediate aftermath of Ur's fall was the moment when the future of Mesopotamia was decided. It was the moment when Sumerian civilization lost the power to determine its own future. The fragmentation happened so quickly that no single city-state had the power to reunify the region. Larsa was too weak, Isin was too weak, Uruk was too weak. And while they fought each other for supremacy, while they tried to rebuild from the chaos, the Amorites settled into their territories, married into their families, learned their languages, adopted their gods, and became an inextricable part of the Mesopotamian political landscape. By the time anyone realized what was happening, by the time anyone tried to organize a unified response to Amorite settlement, it was too late. The Amorites were already established. They were already too numerous to expel. The transition from Sumerian to Amorite political dominance had begun, and it would be measured in generations, not years. It took roughly 2 centuries from the fall of Ur in 2004 BCE until Amorite dominance over Mesopotamia became stable and complete, around 1800 BCE or so. That's the period known as the Isin-Larsa period, a time of political instability, intermittent warfare, and gradual Amorite settlement. But from the very beginning, in the immediate aftermath of Ur's destruction, the process was underway. The old Sumerian order was dying, the new Amorite order was being born, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. The first years after Ur's fall saw the emergence of competing city-states that tried to claim the mantle of supreme authority in southern Mesopotamia. Ishbi-Era, who had been in Isin when the city of Ur fell, took the title of king. Not just king of Isin, but king of Sumer and Akkad. He was asserting that he, not the Elamites, not some other power, was the legitimate successor to Ur III. He was claiming continuity with the Sumerian tradition. He established a dynasty, the first dynasty of Isin, which would rule from 2017 until 1794 BCE. That's more than 200 years. which meant that in purely dynastic terms, Isin endured longer than III itself. But while Isin maintained control of northern Sumeria and tried to project authority over the region, it never achieved the dominance that had once had. There was always a rival. There was always competition. That rival was Larsa. Larsa, in the far south, also declared independence and asserted claims to regional supremacy. Unlike Isin, which was ruled by a dynasty that traced its origins to Mari and was at least partially Akkadian in its ethnic composition, Larsa was ruled from the beginning by Amorite kings. The founding ruler of Larsa's dynasty was likely an Amorite chieftain who seized the city and established himself as king. Larsa's early dynasties are less well documented than Isin's, but what we know suggests that Larsa was from the beginning an Amorite-dominated city, even though it had a Mesopotamian population and adopted Mesopotamian religious practices. For roughly a century, from 2004 until about 1900 BCE, Isin and Larsa competed for dominance. They fought wars. They formed alliances with other cities. They maneuvered diplomatically, and neither one ever achieved a decisive victory that allowed them to unify Mesopotamia under their rule. The warfare between these two cities was endemic. It wasn't constant fighting, with armies continuously campaigning. There were periods of peace, truces, agreements that lasted for years or even decades. But underlying the agreements was always the recognition that the two cities had competing interests, and that eventually those interests would clash again. Isin controlled the center and north. Larsa controlled the south. But the boundaries between their territories were never fixed. They were always in flux, dependent on who currently had the military advantage, on the skill of the current generals, on the resources available for warfare. A new king would take the throne in one city, consolidate power, strengthen the army, train the soldiers, and then launch a campaign against his rival. Sometimes he would win territory, pushing the boundary further into the other's domain, controlling cities that had previously been held by the rival. Sometimes he would lose it, forced to retreat by a rival's superior force, or by logistical failures that made it impossible to sustain a military campaign. Eventually his successor would face the same pressures and the same conflicts that all rulers in this period faced. It was an exhausting cycle of warfare and diplomacy with no clear resolution. No moment at which one side could claim permanent victory. For decades, even for centuries, the question of who would ultimately dominate southern Mesopotamia hung in the balance, unanswered and unanswerable. Isin couldn't overcome Larsa decisively, despite multiple attempts to do so. Larsa couldn't overcome Isin decisively, despite having military advantages. They fought to draws or to temporary advantages that were reversed by the next generation. It was like watching two swimmers treading water, each trying to push the other down without going under themselves. But beyond Isin and Larsa, other cities were also asserting their independence and their own claims to authority. Uruk, one of the oldest cities in Mesopotamia, ancient even by ancient standards, declared itself independent and asserted its own claims to regional authority. Uruk had been a major center under III, though never the capital. Now, freed from Ur's dominance, it tried to build its own sphere of influence. Nippur, the religious center of Mesopotamia, the home of the great temple of Enlil, the supreme god, maintained its independence and its sacred status, even though no single city-state could claim to control it completely. Nippur was too sacred, too central to Mesopotamian religion and identity for any one power to monopolize it. Various other cities in the region established their own dynasties and their own spheres of influence. Eshnunna in the north, Der to the east, Sippar to the northwest. Each of these cities freed from Ur-III's centralized control, began to act as independent powers. The result was not two competing powers, but a complex mosaic of competing cities and dynasties, each with its own interests, each trying to expand at the expense of its neighbors, each making alliances and breaking them as circumstances changed. It was a genuinely multipolar system. Trade networks had to be rebuilt from scratch. The centralized systems of Ur-III were gone. The government no longer coordinated trade. The government no longer set prices or controlled the movement of goods. But trade itself didn't disappear. It adapted to the new circumstances. Merchants from different cities began to operate more independently, moving goods between cities, making their own deals without a central government coordinating everything. A merchant in Larsa might trade with a merchant in Isin or Uruk, despite the fact that their cities were rivals. A merchant's interest in profit could sometimes overcome the rivalries of the cities they served. This made trade less efficient than it had been under Ur-III, when every transaction could be centrally tracked and taxed. But it also made it more resilient. You didn't have a single central system that could collapse under the weight of warfare or administrative failure. You had a distributed network of traders making independent decisions, adapting to changing circumstances, finding new paths and new partners when old ones became unavailable. Over time, this actually created a more dynamic and more varied economy, even if it was also less orderly and harder to control. Scribes had to adapt their practices too. There was no longer a single standardized system maintained by the state. Different cities developed their own conventions, their own record-keeping systems, their own administrative practices. Writing styles began to diverge. Abbreviations that made sense in one city didn't make sense in another. Record-keeping methods that worked for Isin's administration didn't work for Larsa's. This fragmentation of administrative practice meant that over time, different cities began to develop subtly different written traditions. The unifying force of a single central bureaucracy was gone. The scribal schools, the houses of tablets that Shulgi had founded, were closed or repurposed. Young men who wanted to become scribes had to learn in their own city, from local masters, following local conventions. This meant that knowledge wasn't standardized anymore. It wasn't preserved in a unified system. It was preserved locally, passed from master to apprentice in each city separately. The Isin Larsa period was thus a time of creative destruction. The rigid, centralized empire-wide system of Ur-III was shattered. In its place emerged a more flexible, more competitive, more chaotic system of independent city-states. This system was less efficient in many ways. It was less orderly. It couldn't coordinate massive public works projects on the scale that Ur-III had undertaken. It couldn't maintain unified control over the entire region or enforce standardized laws and customs across Mesopotamia. But it was also more dynamic. Cities competed with each other, which drove innovation in some domains. Trade networks diversified, which brought new goods and new ideas to different regions. New ideas and new practices spread more easily because the rigid control of information had been broken. The intellectual and cultural ferment of the Isin Larsa period produced some remarkable achievements. Literature flourished as cities invested in cultural production to assert their prestige and importance. Architecture continued to develop as each city tried to outdo its neighbors in the grandeur of its temples and palaces. Religion took new forms and incorporated new elements as different cities and different priestly traditions influenced each other. In some ways, the collapse of Ur-III's rigid system freed Mesopotamian civilization to develop in new directions. The system had been so centralized, so controlled, that it had suppressed the natural dynamism of Mesopotamian culture. The collapse of that system, while catastrophic in some ways, also opened space for new developments. But the most important change was demographic and political. The period saw the gradual infiltration of Amorites into Mesopotamia and the gradual replacement of Sumerian elites with Amorite ones. This didn't happen all at once. It didn't happen through conquest in the classical sense. It happened through migration, settlement, intermarriage, and political maneuvering. And by the time anyone clearly recognized what was happening, by the time it became obvious that Amorites were taking over positions of power and influence, the process was well underway and essentially irreversible. The transformation was so gradual, so organic, so thoroughly integrated into the normal processes of political change and social mobility that it almost wasn't perceived as a conquest until it was complete. The Amorites came in waves. The first waves, in the decades immediately following Ur's fall, were probably composed of warriors and raiders, people taking advantage of the chaos to seize land and resources. These were military men seeking plunder and territory. They had learned from Shusin's wall that direct assaults on Mesopotamian cities were expensive and dangerous. But they also learned that the wall had fallen, that the Mesopotamian military was weakened, that the cities were disorganized and fighting each other. So the early Amorite warriors and raiders took advantage of this situation, striking at the peripheries, seizing territory that wasn't heavily defended, establishing footholds in regions that the Mesopotamian cities couldn't easily retake. But gradually, the character of Amorite immigration changed. Families began to arrive, women and children. Not just warriors and raiders, but people intending to settle permanently. The Amorites established themselves in the territories that were depopulated and weakly held. They founded new settlements in the border regions between the great cities, in areas where Mesopotamian control was tenuous. They established themselves in the merchant communities, taking advantage of economic opportunities to build wealth and influence. They enlisted in the armies of the Mesopotamian cities, offering their skills as warriors and their loyalty in exchange for pay and prestige. Some of them married into Mesopotamian families. Some of their children were raised as Mesopotamians, speaking Akkadian as their first language, worshipping the Mesopotamian gods as their primary deities, following Mesopotamian customs and laws. The Amorites who did this didn't see themselves as conquerors in any ideological sense. They saw themselves as settlers seeking a better life, pursuing economic opportunity, trying to build families and communities in a new land. They came from the western deserts where life was precarious, where the climate was harsh, where there was never enough water or enough pasture for their flocks. In the deserts, a family's survival depended on finding enough grazing land for their animals, on finding water in a landscape where water was scarce, on avoiding conflicts with neighboring tribes over limited resources. It was a hand-to-mouth existence, always uncertain, always threatened by drought or conflict. Mesopotamia, even fractured and weakened as it was after Ur's fall, was far more prosperous than the western deserts. It had cities with permanent structures that didn't blow away in sandstorms. It had markets with goods from across the known world, trade networks that brought exotic materials and products. It had irrigation systems that provided reliable water, no matter what the rainfall was like. It had fields that could produce abundant grain, providing food security that nomadic pastoralism could never offer. To an Amorite coming from the desert, Mesopotamia must have seemed like paradise, and the Mesopotamians, weakened and divided as they were, couldn't stop them from coming. Individual cities might drive out a few Amorite settlers, might organize a military expedition to clear out an Amorite settlement in their territory, but they couldn't stop the broader tide of migration. The migration was too large, too diffuse, too decentralized for any single city to oppose effectively. And as more Amorites settled, they became harder to displace. They had families in the region. They had established themselves in communities. They had property and economic ties. They had become integrated into the local society. You can expel a few warriors. You can't expel families that have lived in a place for years. The speed of this integration is remarkable. Within perhaps 2 generations, Amorite settlers were indistinguishable from Mesopotamian populations in many ways. They spoke Akkadian, the language of daily life in Mesopotamian cities. They worshipped Mesopotamian gods, the gods whose temples dominated their cities, whose festivals structured their calendar. They followed Mesopotamian laws and customs, the legal traditions and social conventions that governed their society. They married Mesopotamians, and their children were bilingual and bicultural or monocultural Mesopotamian. Their children were Mesopotamian in the sense that mattered socially and politically. Yet somehow, despite this cultural integration, the Amorites also began to dominate politically. It's one of the paradoxes of the Amorite period. The Amorites became Mesopotamian culturally, but Mesopotamia became Amorite politically. How did this happen? The answer lies partly in demographics, partly in economics, partly in the advantages that Amorite kinship networks provided. As time went on, Amorite individuals began to rise to positions of power in Mesopotamian cities. An Amorite merchant might become rich and influential through successful trading ventures. An Amorite warrior might become a general, rising through the ranks because of military skill and success. An Amorite family might marry into a royal family, gaining prestige and influence through marriage alliances. And gradually, Amorite individuals and Amorite families began to hold power in increasing numbers. Kings in various cities began to have Amorite names, or at least names that could be interpreted as Amorite. Amorite customs began to mix with Mesopotamian ones in the royal court. Amorite officials began to serve alongside Mesopotamian ones in city administrations. And over time, the process accelerated. Once a few Amorite individuals had achieved power, it became easier for others to do so. Amorite merchants could do business more effectively because they had kinship networks among Amorites scattered across the region. If you were an Amorite merchant in Larsa, you could trade with Amorite merchants in Isin, in Uruk, in other cities. You had family connections that gave you trust and reliability in business dealings. You had people you could rely on in different cities. This was an economic advantage. Amorite generals could recruit warriors more effectively because they could appeal to Amorite tribesmen. If you were an Amorite commander, you could recruit warriors from Amorite communities, and they would follow you because of kinship and tribal loyalty. This was a military advantage. Amorite families could consolidate power more effectively because they could call on their kinship networks for support. If you were an Amorite king, you could rely on Amorite warriors and officials who had personal loyalty to you because of kinship relationships. This process was gradual enough that it probably wasn't obviously a conquest to most people living through it. A Sumerian in Isin or Larsa might see an Amorite rise to become a local official or military commander and think nothing of it. It happened quietly. It happened through normal processes of social mobility, marriage, business dealings, and political maneuvering. No great armies clashed. No dramatic battles decided the fate of regions. Instead, the transition happened through countless small decisions, small shifts of allegiance, small marriages, and business partnerships. An Amorite woman married a Mesopotamian official, and their son inherited his father's position. An Amorite merchant became wealthy enough to become an official. An Amorite military officer proved so competent that he was promoted to general. An Amorite family made a successful marriage alliance with a royal family. But those countless small shifts added up. They accumulated over decades and generations, and by the time a coherent picture emerged, by the time it became clear that Amorites were beginning to dominate politically, the process was already too far advanced to reverse. The Amorite infiltration of Mesopotamian political power had become irreversible, not because of dramatic military conquest, but because of the ordinary processes of social mobility and political change accumulate over time until they resulted in a fundamental shift in who held power. The cities of southern Mesopotamia, unable to unify and unable to stop Amorite infiltration, found themselves competing not just with each other, but with each other and with Amorite-dominated city-states for control of the productive heartland of Sumeria. This heartland consisted of the cities of Nippur, Uruk, Larsa, Ur itself, and the surrounding agricultural territories. These were the most productive, the wealthiest, the most important territories in the region. The irrigation systems in these areas had been maintained and improved over centuries, making them the most reliable for grain production. The temples in these cities were the oldest and most sacred, giving their rulers tremendous religious authority. The trade networks passed through these cities, giving them access to goods from across the known world. Control of these territories meant power, wealth, and influence. Loss of control meant decline and irrelevance. So the battles and maneuvering of the Isin-Larsa period centered on these core Sumerian territories. For 200 years, they were the prize that everyone was fighting for. Larsa, in the far south, began to expand its control northward, trying to conquer the southern heartland cities. Isin, in the north, was trying to expand southward to secure the same cities. The obvious goal would have been for one of them to conquer the other, to achieve dominance, to establish a hegemonic state that could control the entire region. But that never happened. Neither side had the overwhelming military or economic advantage that would allow it to achieve complete victory. Neither side could afford the cost of a prolonged war of conquest. And neither side could convince enough other cities to join them that they would have the combined strength to achieve dominance. Meanwhile, Uruk, which had once been one of the greatest cities of Mesopotamia and was the spiritual successor of the Sumerian tradition, even though it wasn't the political capital anymore, was also trying to expand its control and maintain its independence. And other cities joined in the competition. Nippur tried to maintain its religious independence and its status as the central sanctuary of Mesopotamian religion. Every city-state with any ambition was trying to expand at the expense of its neighbors. The heartland of Sumeria became a zone of constant competition and intermittent warfare, a region where the political situation never stabilized but was always in flux. Wars in this period were not the massive campaigns of conquest that had characterized III's expansion. They were more limited, more focused on specific territorial disputes. City A would march an army against City B to try to seize a particular piece of territory, perhaps a city or a region that controlled important trade routes or irrigation systems. City B would resist, either by military force or by seeking alliances with other cities. Sometimes City A would win and expand its territory. Sometimes City B would win and retain or even expand its own territory. Sometimes both sides would fight to exhaustion and make a treaty that left the boundaries roughly where they were. Sieges lasted weeks or months, not years. The armies, though smaller than III's armies, were made up of profess, ional soldiers and conscripted militia. The casualties could be significant, but they were not the kind of total wars that would destroy civilizations. In this competition, military strength was paramount. A city-state that could field a larger army, that had a better general, that could mobilize more resources for warfare, had an advantage. And the Amorite-dominated city-states, particularly Larsa, seemed to have these advantages. The Amorites, coming from a military tradition of nomadic warriors, brought military skills to Mesopotamia. They knew how to move quickly, how to strike at weak points, how to harass enemies without committing to pitched battles. Amorite generals and Amorite soldiers served in the armies of Mesopotamian cities. They introduced new tactics, new strategies, new ways of organizing military forces, and the presence of Amorites in the military gave certain cities military advantages in their competition with rivals. Larsa, dominated by Amorite rulers and increasingly staffed with Amorite military commanders, had a military advantage over purely Sumerian cities like Isin. This military advantage allowed Larsa to expand its control over southern Mesopotamia. Over the course of the Isin-Larsa period, Larsa gradually conquered more and more territory. It conquered the traditional heartland cities one by one. It conquered Nippur, the religious center, which gave it tremendous religious authority across Mesopotamia. It conquered Uruk, one of the ancient centers of Sumerian civilization. Most symbolically, it conquered Ur itself, the great capital of Ur III, the symbolic center of Sumerian civilization. By the fifth ruler of Larsa's dynasty, a king named Gungunum, who ruled roughly 1932 to 1906 BCE, Larsa had become the dominant military and political power in southern Mesopotamia. The conquest of Ur was particularly significant because it meant that no city could any longer claim to be the capital of a unified Sumer. Ur had lost that role. Larsa had claimed it, but Larsa was not a Sumerian city in the ethnic sense. Larsa was Amorite. The symbolic transfer of supremacy from Ur to Larsa was the transfer of supremacy from Sumerian to Amorite. But even as Larsa expanded and conquered more territory, even as Amorite rulers consolidated power, the competition continued. Isin refused to accept Larsa's supremacy. Isin fought back, launching campaigns to retake territory that had been lost, to demonstrate its continued power and relevance. Other cities refused to accept either Isin's or Larsa's claims to regional authority. They fought to maintain their independence, to avoid being conquered, to perhaps expand their own territories when opportunities arose. The warfare continued on and off for centuries. The maneuvering continued. The alliances formed and reformed. City A would ally with City B against City C, then break the alliance when circumstances changed, then perhaps ally with City C against City B. The balance of power shifted back and forth, sometimes favoring Isin, sometimes favoring Larsa, sometimes favoring one of the other cities. And through it all, more Amorites arrived, settled, became integrated into the population, and rose to positions of power. Amorite individuals became governors of Mesopotamian cities. Amorite families began to claim descent from Ur III's royal line, trying to establish legitimacy by claiming continuity with the past. Amorite kings presented themselves as protectors of Mesopotamian civilization and Mesopotamian religion, even though they were ethnically foreign. The transition from Sumerian to Amorite political dominance was becoming clearer and clearer, but it was still presented, at least officially and at least in formal inscriptions, as a transition within the Mesopotamian political system, rather than as a replacement of one ethnic group by another. A new Amorite king would come to power and claim that he was a legitimate successor to the great rulers of Ur III, that he was a protector of Mesopotamian culture and religion, that his rule was sanctioned by the gods. And, in a sense, he was right. By this time, Amorites who had lived in Mesopotamia for generations, who had adopted Mesopotamian culture and religion, who had married Mesopotamian women and fathered Mesopotamian children, were indeed part of the Mesopotamian political tradition. The boundary between Amorite and Mesopotamian was becoming blurred. The two were merging into something new. By the early 19th century before our era, something remarkable had happened across Mesopotamia. What had been a patchwork of competing Sumerian city-states had transformed into a mosaic of Amorite-led kingdoms. The transition wasn't clean. It wasn't a moment when one flag came down and another went up. It was messier than that, more organic. Amorite chieftains had established themselves as kings in multiple cities. Amorite families had begun to marry into the old Sumerian nobility, creating dynasties that were neither purely Amorite nor purely Sumerian, but some hybrid that took from both traditions. These kingdoms didn't exist in isolation. They competed with each other, fought each other, formed alliances and broke them. But they all shared something in common. They all were Amorite-led. They all represented the new political reality of Mesopotamia. The old Sumerian unity was gone. The old hierarchy, radiating outward from was gone. What remained was a collection of roughly equal powers, each asserting its own interests, each trying to expand at the expense of its neighbors. The principal Amorite dynasties had arisen across the region. Isin, as we've discussed, was established by Ishbi-Erra and his successors, who claimed continuity with the Sumerian past, even though the dynasty itself was of mixed or foreign origins. Larsa, in the far south, was ruled by an Amorite dynasty from the beginning. Mari, far up the Euphrates to the northwest, became one of the greatest Amorite kingdoms, a center of trade and power that would ultimately rival Babylon itself. Eshnunna to the northeast, Yamkad in northern Syria, Katna in the middle Euphrates region. Each of these was an Amorite-dominated or Amorite-founded kingdom. Each had its own ruler, its own ambitions, its own military forces. They were not unified under a single Amorite authority. There was no Amorite empire at this stage, no great Amorite sovereign who commanded all the Amorite kings. Instead, they were competitors, sometimes allies, sometimes enemies, occasionally married into each other's families, but all of them shared the reality that Amorite influence and Amorite power had become central to Mesopotamian politics. The consolidation of Amorite power in these various kingdoms happened gradually. In some places, it happened through conquest. An Amorite warlord would attack a Sumerian city, defeat its army, and take control. In other places, it happened through settlement and infiltration, the way we've already described. In still other places, it happened through internal political maneuvering. An Amorite official or military commander would maneuver his way into a position of such power that he became, in effect, king. The previous Sumerian or Akkadian ruler remained perhaps, maintaining legitimacy and religious authority. But real power was in the hands of the Amorite strongman who had maneuvered his way into the inner circle. The transition was so gradual and so integrated into normal political processes that it often left no clear record. A king would die. His son would take the throne. But his son had an Amorite mother, the son raised by Amorite servants and tutors, the son who had married an Amorite man. And so gradually, the court became more Amorite in character. The officials became more Amorite. The priorities shifted. The military commander who had been Sumerian for generations found himself replaced by an Amorite general whose kinship networks extended across multiple Amorite-dominated cities. The priesthood, which had been primarily Sumerian, began to include Amorite priests who had adopted Mesopotamian religious practices so thoroughly that they were indistinguishable from their Sumerian counterparts in their devotion to the gods. The merchants' guilds that had once been exclusively Sumerian or Akkadian began to include Amorite traders who had mastered Mesopotamian business practices and established themselves in the great marketplaces. Within a generation or two, the kingdom looked different. It had the same temples, it worshipped the same gods, but the language spoken in the palace was increasingly Akkadian rather than Sumerian. The customs followed were increasingly Amorite rather than Sumerian. The military tactics employed were increasingly those of Amorite warfare rather than traditional Mesopotamian warfare. The very feeling of the place, the sensibility that governed how decisions were made, had shifted. What's crucial to understand is that these Amorite kingdoms were not rejecting Mesopotamian civilization. They were not destroying it or replacing it wholesale. Rather, they were adopting it, adapting it, making it their own. An Amorite king would commission temples in the Mesopotamian style. He would appoint Mesopotamian priests to serve in those temples. He would present himself as a protector of Mesopotamian religion and culture. He would claim legitimacy based on his support of the great temples and his sponsorship of religious festivals. He would present himself as a successor to the great kings of the past, a legitimate heir to the Sumerian and Akkadian traditions. This wasn't cynical propaganda, though it certainly served a propagandistic function. It was also genuine. These Amorite rulers really did adopt Mesopotamian religion and culture. They became Mesopotamian in their hearts and minds, even while they brought Amorite military tradition and Amorite kinship networks and Amorite economic practices to their kingdoms. The result was something new. Not purely Amorite, not purely Mesopotamian, but a hybrid civilization that took the best elements of both and created something that was greater than either. The consolidation of Amorite power across multiple kingdoms was accompanied by a gradual but relentless decline in Sumerian political power. The great cities of Sumer, the cities that had once been the centers of Sumerian civilization, were gradually conquered by Amorite rulers or reduced to secondary status. Sumerian political institutions were replaced by Amorite ones. Sumerian elites either merged with Amorite elites through marriage and adoption, or they were displaced from power. The Sumerian identity, which had been so central to the civilization for thousands of years, began to fade as a political reality. Sumer was no longer a place with a unified political identity. It was a region divided among various Amorite kingdoms, each with its own ruler, its own interests, its own relationship to the Sumerian past. By the beginning of the 19th century, the Sumerian civilization as a political entity had ceased to exist. It had been replaced by the Amorite kingdoms. But the cultural and religious traditions that were fundamentally Sumerian had not disappeared. They had been adopted by the Amorite rulers and incorporated into the new political order. Sumer had been conquered, but not destroyed. Sumerian civilization had been displaced, but not eliminated. Among all these competing Amorite kingdoms, one would eventually rise to dominance. That kingdom was Babylon. And the rise of Babylon would be the final act in the transition from Sumerian to Amorite political dominance, the moment when an Amorite-led kingdom became so powerful that it could unify all of Mesopotamia under its rule. But before we get to Babylon's dominance, we need to understand how Babylon rose from obscurity to power. Because Babylon was not, at the beginning of this period, one of the great cities of Mesopotamia. It was a relatively small city, overshadowed by larger and more powerful neighbors. It had to claw its way to power. And the story of how it did so is the story of the rise of the Amorites in Mesopotamia. The story of how a small, relatively insignificant city became the center of the greatest Amorite power, the capital of an empire that would dominate all of Mesopotamia and claim to rule the known world. Babylon had existed for centuries before it became a great power. It was a city on the Euphrates, located in mid-Mesopotamia, in a position that was strategically important, but not economically dominant. The city had temples and a local government and a merchant class, but it was not a major center of trade. It was not the location of great religious institutions that drew pilgrims from across the world. It was not the capital of an empire. It was just another city in a region full of cities. Some contemporaries probably didn't even think of it as particularly important. The great cities of Mesopotamia during this period were places like Larsa, which controlled the southern heartland, or Mari, which dominated the mid-Euphrates region, or Eshnunna, which held power in the north. Babylon, by comparison, was a secondary power, a city with ambitions but without the resources or territory to make those ambitions seem realistic. Its importance would come not from geography or religious significance, but from the ambitions and abilities of its rulers. The first great ruler of Babylon was an Amorite chieftain named Sumu-Abum. He seized control of the city around 1894 before our era. Whether he conquered it from a previous ruler, or whether he was appointed by some overlord and then asserted his independence, the records are unclear. But what's clear is that he made himself king of Babylon and established a dynasty that would rule the city for centuries. He was an Amorite, and he brought Amorite military tradition and Amorite administrative practices to the city. But he also adopted Mesopotamian religion and culture. He presented himself as a legitimate ruler of a Mesopotamian city, not as a foreign conqueror imposing Amorite rule on a conquered population. He understood that if Babylon was to become a great power, it would have to do so by being accepted as a legitimate Mesopotamian city-state, not by being seen as a foreign occupation. So he supported the temples. He appointed priests to serve the gods. He sponsored religious festivals. He presented himself as a protector of Mesopotamian civilization and tradition. Then, though he was an Amorite outsider, Sumu-Abum's immediate successors built on his foundation. They expanded Babylon's territory, conquering neighboring cities and incorporating them into Babylon's expanding sphere of influence. They built temples and sponsored religious festivals. They established trade relationships with other cities, attempting to position Babylon as a crucial node in the trading networks that connected the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. They strengthened Babylon's army and built fortifications to protect the city, recognizing that a small city surrounded by larger, more powerful rivals needed to be able to defend itself. They appointed officials and judges to administer justice according to Mesopotamian law, ensuring that both native Babylonians and the Amorite population that was settling in the city had confidence in the government's fairness. Slowly, gradually, Babylon began to grow in power and importance. It was not the greatest power in Mesopotamia. That status still belonged to kingdoms like Mari and Larsa and Eshnunna. But Babylon was rising. It was becoming more important, and with each generation, with each successful military campaign, with each advantageous marriage alliance, Babylon's power and prestige grew. The early rulers of Babylon were competent but not remarkable. They didn't conquer vast territories or defeat the great powers of Mesopotamia in single decisive battles. They didn't perform the superhuman feats that later legends would attribute to them. They were instead careful and methodical. They built infrastructure, developing the irrigation systems that would make Babylon's territory increasingly productive. They strengthened their army, recruiting from the Amorite populations that were settling in and around the city and from the native population of Mesopotamia. They made alliances with neighboring cities, sometimes through marriage, sometimes through treaties, sometimes through the payment of tribute or the offering of military support to a stronger city in exchange for recognition of Babylon's independence and security. They expanded into territories that were either depopulated or weakly held, moving into marginal lands that the great powers weren't bothering to control and turning them into productive additions to Babylon's territory. They avoided direct confrontation with the great powers unless they could do so from a position of strength, recognizing that Babylon could not hope to defeat Larsa or Mari or Eshnunna in a war of attrition. This cautious, methodical approach was not glamorous, but it was effective. It built a solid foundation of power that would allow later rulers to achieve greater things. The rise of Babylon was not inevitable. There was nothing that predestined Babylon to become the greatest power in Mesopotamia. Many cities had the potential to achieve Babylon's position. Mari was richer and more strategically located. Larsa was older and had deeper roots in Sumerian tradition. Isin had claimed continuity with Ur III and had maintained power for centuries. But Babylon, starting from obscurity, methodically built a position of power that would ultimately eclipse all its rivals. And the crucial figure in that rise to power was a ruler who came in the later stages of Babylon's development, a man named Hammurabi, who would take the kingdom Sumuabum had founded and transform it into an empire that would rule all of Mesopotamia. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before Babylon could achieve supreme power, it had to compete with rivals, and the greatest rival, at least for a significant part of this period, was Larsa. Larsa, in the far south of Mesopotamia, had emerged as one of the greatest powers in the region. The city itself was ancient, with roots in the distant past. It had been a significant city during Ur III, though never the capital. But after Ur III's collapse, Larsa had asserted its independence and begun to expand its power. The rulers of Larsa were Amorite, and they built Larsa into a military and economic powerhouse. For much of the 18th century before our era, Larsa was probably the greatest single power in southern Mesopotamia. The kings of Larsa controlled vast territories. They commanded powerful armies. They sponsored great building projects. They presented themselves as the successors to the kings of Ur III, as the legitimate rulers of the Sumerian heartland. And in many ways, they had a better claim to that legitimacy than any other power. Larsa had conquered the sacred cities of Sumer. It had conquered Ur itself, the great capital of the ancient Sumerian Empire. It had conquered Uruk, one of the most ancient cities of Mesopotamia. It controlled Nippur, the religious center of all Mesopotamia. What greater claim to being the heir of Sumerian civilization could a ruler have? The greatest of Larsa's kings was a ruler named Rim-Sin, who reigned for nearly 60 years from about 1822 to 1763 before our era. Rim-Sin was an Amorite, but he was also deeply integrated into Mesopotamian culture. He ruled with the authority of a great Sumerian king. He sponsored religious festivals in the great temples, personally participating in rituals that stretched back centuries, demonstrating his commitment to the religious traditions of the land. He promoted the worship of the old gods, ensuring that the temples received the resources they needed to maintain their magnificent structures and to support the armies of priests and priestesses who served them. He commissioned building projects to repair and expand temples and palaces, turning Larsa into a city of impressive monuments and architecture that rivaled even the great cities of Sumer. He presented himself to his people as a protector of Mesopotamian civilization and a successor to the great kings of the past, the rightful heir to the legacy of Ur III, the king destined to reunify Mesopotamia under his rule. And in terms of military power, Rim-Sin was indeed one of the greatest rulers of the age. He had conquered or maintained control over most of southern Mesopotamia. His armies were powerful and feared, respected throughout the region for their discipline and their ability to defeat rivals in battle. His kingdom was wealthy and well organized, with a sophisticated administrative system that collected taxes, maintained order, and enforced the king's will across vast territories. For a time, it seemed as though Rim-Sin's Larsa might achieve what Ur III had achieved, a unified empire controlling all of Mesopotamia, with Larsa as the capital and Rim-Sin as the supreme ruler acknowledged by all the lesser kings and city-states of the region. But even at the height of Rim-Sin's power, even when Larsa seemed to be the greatest power in the world, there were challenges and competition. Babylon was rising. The kingdom of northern Mesopotamia, Eshnunna, was a significant power with its own ambitions. Mari, under various rulers, was sometimes Larsa's ally, and sometimes its enemy. The Amorite kingdoms were competing with each other for supremacy, and no single kingdom could achieve absolute dominance. Rim-Sin maintained Larsa's power and influence for decades. He was a skilled administrator and an effective general. He managed to keep his kingdom's rivals in check and to maintain Larsa's control over the southern heartland. But he could not achieve the kind of complete dominance that would have allowed him to unify all of Mesopotamia under his rule. And eventually, he would face a rival more powerful and more ambitious than any he had encountered before. That rival was Babylon under Hammurabi. But that is a story for later. For now, it's enough to understand that Larsa, though it was the greatest power in southern Mesopotamia for much of this period, was never able to achieve the final victory that would have made it the undisputed supreme power of all Mesopotamia. As the Amorite kingdoms competed for power and prestige, something profound was happening to the cultural and linguistic landscape of Mesopotamia. The dominance of Sumerian as a spoken language was coming to an end. This was not a sudden change. It was not that Sumerian speakers woke up one morning and decided to start speaking Akkadian instead. Rather, it was a gradual process, spanning generations and centuries, but the direction was unmistakable. Akkadian, the Semitic language that had been the language of commerce and administration for centuries, was increasingly becoming the dominant language of everyday speech. More importantly, it was becoming the dominant language of administration and power. Kings issued their decrees in Akkadian. Officials conducted their business in Akkadian. Merchants kept their records in Akkadian. The young people learning to be scribes were increasingly learning to read and write in Akkadian first, and Sumerian second, if at all. A child growing up in Babylon or Larsa in the time of Rimsin would be far more likely to speak Akkadian at home than Sumerian, to play with friends in Akkadian, to dream in Akkadian. Sumerian would be a scholarly language, something you learned if you were going to be a priest or a scribe, something you studied in the temple schools, something associated with the past rather than with the present. Sumerian was not disappearing entirely. It remained the language of the temples, the language of religious ritual and religious texts. It remained the language in which the great literature of the past was composed. It was still used in certain formal contexts, still employed in religious ceremonies and sacred writings. But as a living, everyday language, as the language people spoke in their homes and in the marketplace, as the language of power and influence and daily decision-making, Sumerian was fading away. The Amorite conquest was a linguistic as well as a political conquest. Many of the Amorite rulers spoke Akkadian, not Sumerian. They had grown up speaking Akkadian. Their families spoke Akkadian. And when they came to power, they naturally conducted business in the language they knew best. Sumerian scribes had to learn Akkadian if they wanted to serve the new rulers. Young men training to be scribes found that knowledge of Akkadian was increasingly important. Over time, the scribal schools that had once trained scribes in Sumerian now trained them in Akkadian or in both languages, but with Akkadian increasingly dominant. This was not a conscious policy decision. It was simply the natural result of power shifting from Sumerian speakers to Amorite speakers who were more comfortable with Akkadian. The transformation of language was part of a broader transformation of Sumerian identity. The Sumerian people had always been defined, in part, by their language. Sumerian speakers were Sumerians. When people stopped speaking Sumerian, when the language became less important and less common, when it became a language associated primarily with the past and with religious ritual rather than with daily life, the Sumerian identity itself began to change. The question of what it meant to be Sumerian became harder to answer. You could be someone who lived in a Sumerian city, who worshipped the gods that Sumerians had worshipped for centuries, who followed Sumerian customs and traditions, but who spoke Akkadian and served an Amorite king. Were you Sumerian? In some sense, yes. In other senses, no. The boundaries were blurring. The once clear identity of being Sumerian was becoming muddled and ambiguous. But even as Sumerian identity was fading as a political and linguistic reality, something else was happening. The literary and intellectual traditions of Sumer were being preserved. The great myths and stories of Sumer, the texts that recorded Sumerian history and theology and wisdom, were being carefully copied and preserved. The temples maintained their vast libraries of cuneiform tablets. Scribes continued to learn how to read Sumerian even as they wrote administrative documents in Akkadian. The Amorite rulers, even though they were not Sumerians themselves, recognized the value of Sumerian literature and culture. They patronized scribes who worked in Sumerian. They sponsored the copying of Sumerian texts. They supported the temples that preserved Sumerian religious traditions. In this way, even though Sumerian political power had ended, even though Sumerian was no longer the dominant spoken language, the cultural heritage of Sumer was preserved and transmitted forward into the future. The temples of Mesopotamia remained centers of Sumerian culture. The priests who served in these temples were often trained in Sumerian language and culture. They performed rituals using Sumerian words and Sumerian texts, keeping the ancient language alive through daily use in religious contexts, even as it faded from common speech. They maintained the traditions that went back to the ancient past, before the Amorites came, before the Akkadians had conquered, back to the time when Sumerian was the language of everyday speech and Sumerian kings ruled over unified territories. The temples were repositories of cultural memory. They preserved not just the religious traditions, but also the intellectual and literary traditions of Sumerian civilization. In the sanctuaries of these temples, the great works of Sumerian literature were copied and preserved with reverence and care. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth that drew on Sumerian traditions, and was often written in Akkadian, but still contained Sumerian elements and reflected Sumerian theological concepts. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the great Mesopotamian tale that had roots in Sumerian literature and Sumerian mythology, telling the story of a king and his quest for immortality and wisdom. The various hymns and prayers and mythological texts that had been composed by Sumerian authors centuries before, texts that were so valued that they were copied repeatedly over centuries, ensuring that they would survive into an age when few people could actually read Sumerian anymore. All of these were preserved in the temple libraries, copied by scribes who understood their value, maintained by priests who saw them as sacred treasures. These libraries, scattered across Mesopotamia in the great temples, were the custodians of Sumerian civilization. They preserved the intellectual and cultural legacy of Sumer even as Sumerian political power had vanished. The religious continuity between Sumerian and Amorite Mesopotamia was profound. Even though the political dominance had shifted from Sumerian to Amorite hands, the gods remained the same. Enlil, the supreme god of Mesopotamia, revered as the king of all gods, was as important to Amorite kings as he had been to Sumerian ones. In fact, an Amorite king ruling Mesopotamia could claim legitimacy precisely because he had the support of Enlil, because the gods had chosen him to rule, because he was a servant of the divine will. Nana, the moon god of was still worshipped even though was no longer a great political power. The temple of Nana still received pilgrims, still functioned as a religious center, even though the city itself had been reduced to a secondary power. Inanna, the goddess of love and war, was still revered across Mesopotamia as a powerful and demanding deity who required constant attention and worship. The great temples still stood, still drew pilgrims from across the region, still received offerings and sacrifices from the faithful, and from the kings who wanted to maintain the favor of the gods. The religious calendar still marked the great festivals that had been celebrated for centuries. The New Year festival that involved the symbolic death and rebirth of the god, the festivals celebrating the seasonal cycle of agriculture, the festivals commemorating the great events of mythology and sacred history. The rituals performed in the temples were still based on Sumerian precedents, still used Sumerian prayers and invocations written in the ancient language, still preserved Sumerian religious texts that were copied and recopied by scribes who understood their sacred significance. An Amorite king making an offering at the temple of Enlil was participating in religious traditions that stretched back centuries into the Sumerian past. He was, in a sense, continuing the tradition even as he represented a new political order. He was saying to his people and to the gods that even though his kingdom was Amorite, even though it was a new political power in Mesopotamia, it was also a legitimate continuation of the great traditions of the past. The transformation of Sumerian identity happened in layers, each layer transforming at its own pace, each leaving its mark on the civilization that emerged. The political identity was replaced first and most completely. Sumerian kings gave way to Amorite kings. Sumerian nobles were displaced by Amorite nobles, or forced to merge into an Amorite-dominated elite through marriage and adoption. The Sumerian administrative system was gradually replaced by an Amorite one, or rather by a hybrid system that took elements from both traditions, keeping what worked while adapting to new circumstances. The linguistic identity followed, more slowly. Sumerian as a spoken language faded over generations. Akkadian became the language of everyday speech, of commerce, of power, the language in which children learned about the world and in which adults made their living. But the cultural and religious identity persisted longer, preserved in the temples and in the hearts of those who valued the traditions of the past. The great works of Sumerian literature continued to be valued and copied by scribes who recognized that these texts contained wisdom and beauty that should not be lost. The temples continued to perform rituals using Sumerian language and traditions, maintaining continuity with the distant past. The gods continued to be worshipped according to practices that had originated in Sumeria, ensuring that even though the political order had changed, the spiritual order remained stable. So Sumer, as a political entity, ceased to exist in the early centuries of the second millennium before our era. No independent Sumerian state existed after the collapse of Ur III and the fragmentation that followed. The region was ruled by Amorite kings who governed from cities like Larsa and Babylon. But Sumerian culture and religion persisted, now integrated into the broader civilization of Mesopotamia, now expressed through the medium of Amorite political power, but still carrying within it the essential elements of the Sumerian tradition. By the middle of the 18th century before our era, roughly 1700 before our era, the transition from Sumerian to Amorite political dominance was complete. No Sumerian state existed anymore. There was no place called Sumer with its own government and its own king. The region that had once been called Sumer was now divided among various Amorite-led kingdoms, each with its own ruler and its own sphere of influence. The cities that had once been the centers of Sumerian power, cities like Ur and Uruk and Nippur, were now ruled by Amorite kings, or had been conquered and incorporated into Amorite empires. The Sumerian people, insofar as they had ever existed as a single ethnic group, were now dispersed and integrated into the broader Amorite-dominated civilization of Mesopotamia, no longer distinguishable as a separate political or social entity. Sumerian as a spoken language was becoming rare. The generation of people for whom Sumerian had been their first language was aging and dying, taking with them the living memory of a time when Sumerian had been the dominant language of a great civilization. Their children had grown up speaking Akkadian, had learned Sumerian, if at all, only as a scholarly language used in the temples and in the study of ancient texts. The distinctly Sumerian way of life, if there had ever been such a thing as a unified Sumerian way of life, was being replaced by a more cosmopolitan and more diverse way of life characteristic of the Amorite kingdoms, a way of life that incorporated elements from multiple traditions, but was fundamentally shaped by Amorite values and Amorite ways of organizing society. But even as the political and linguistic presence of Sumer was fading, something important was being preserved. The intellectual and cultural heritage of Sumer, the literature and religion and philosophical traditions that Sumer had created. These things were not being destroyed or discarded as irrelevant relics of the past. They were being carefully preserved and transmitted forward to future generations. Amorite rulers were supporting scribes who worked in Sumerian, recognizing that the ancient language and ancient texts had value beyond their immediate practical utility. Amorite kings were sponsoring temples that preserved Sumerian religious traditions, understanding that religious continuity was essential to maintaining the stability and order of the kingdom. The great literature of Sumer was being copied and recopied by hands that belonged to men of many ethnic backgrounds, preserved in temple libraries, where it would be discovered thousands of years later by archaeologists and scholars trying to understand the ancient world and to reconstruct the achievements of a great civilization. In this way, Sumer, as a political entity, had died. The independent Sumerian state was no more, but Sumer, as a cultural and intellectual force, as a repository of wisdom and beauty and religious truth, lived on. It lived on in the temples, in the great works of literature that were copied and preserved, in the religious traditions that continued to be practiced, in the memory of a civilization that had once been glorious and powerful and that had contributed something essential to human civilization. The final chapter of Sumerian independence would be written not by the descendants of Ur or the inheritors of ancient traditions, but by an Amorite king who understood something fundamental about power in the ancient world. That understanding would transform Mesopotamia and push aside, once and for all, the last vestiges of Sumerian political autonomy. Hammurabi was not the first Amorite ruler to command a kingdom in Mesopotamia, but he would be the one who unified them all. Born around 1810 before our era, he inherited the throne of a relatively small Babylonian kingdom from his father, Sin-Muballit. At the time, Babylon was still a secondary power, still looking up at the great kingdoms like Larsa and Mari and Eshnunna that dominated the region. But Hammurabi had ambitions that went far beyond the borders of his city. He had a vision of what Mesopotamia could be if it were united under a single ruler, governed by a single law, administered by a single bureaucracy, and he was willing to do whatever it took to make that vision reality. Hammurabi began his reign around 1792 before our era. For the first decades, he focused on consolidating his power within Babylonia itself, on strengthening the kingdom's economy and military, on building the infrastructure that would allow him to project power far beyond the Euphrates. He made alliances with neighboring kingdoms, sometimes marrying his daughters to rival rulers to cement relationships, sometimes making treaties that bound kingdoms together against common enemies. He rebuilt temples and supported the priesthood, ensuring that Babylon's religious institutions were strong and that the people of Babylon saw their king as a protector and supporter of the gods. He invested in irrigation and agriculture, recognizing that a kingdom's true strength lay not in the magnificence of its palaces, but in the fertility of its fields and the productivity of its people. And he built an army, recruiting soldiers from the Amorite populations that had settled throughout Mesopotamia, and from the Akkadian and Sumerian populations that inhabited the cities of the south. He trained them, equipped them, organized them into units that could move quickly and strike decisively. Within a few decades, Babylon had become a major military power, rivaling the great kingdoms that had once seemed so far beyond its reach. Around 1763 before our era, Hammurabi decided the time had come. He had spent decades building his power. Now he would use it. His first target was Larsa, the great southern kingdom that had dominated the Sumerian heartland for so long. King Rim-Sin of Larsa was aging, his power gradually weakening over the years of his long reign. Hammurabi attacked, and his armies crushed the forces of Larsa. The kingdom fell, its territory absorbed into Babylon's expanding sphere of control. With the conquest of Larsa came control of the sacred cities of the south, of Ur and Uruk and Nippur. The great centers of Sumerian civilization were now ruled by a Babylonian king. The last Sumerian stronghold had fallen. But Hammurabi was not finished. He turned his attention northward, to Mari, to Eshnunna, to the other great kingdoms that had long competed for dominance. One by one, he defeated them. One by one, they fell under Babylonian rule. The military campaigns of Hammurabi were not simply battles in the modern sense. They were complex operations involving diplomacy and strategy, alliances and betrayals, careful planning and ruthless execution. Hammurabi would sometimes spend years negotiating with a potential rival, trying to isolate them, trying to ensure that when he finally attacked, he would face them alone, without allies to support them, without the possibility of relief forces arriving from neighboring kingdoms. When battle came, it was often decisive. His armies were well trained and well equipped, and they moved with a speed and efficiency that surprised his enemies. Cities that had seemed impregnable fell within days or weeks. Kingdoms that had stood for generations collapsed under the weight of Babylonian military might. By around 1750 before our era, barely 2 decades after he began his major campaigns, Hammurabi had conquered, or brought under his control, all of southern and central Mesopotamia. He was the undisputed master of the region, the supreme ruler to whom all other kings acknowledged their subordination, or were defeated in trying to maintain their independence. The consolidation of these conquered territories into a unified empire was perhaps even more difficult than the conquest itself. Hammurabi faced the challenge that all great conquerors face. How do you hold together a vast territory filled with people from different ethnic groups, speaking different languages, following different customs, worshipping different gods in different ways? It is one thing to win a war. It is entirely another to turn a collection of conquered cities into a functioning state where people accept your authority, not just because your armies are stronger, but because they recognize you as a legitimate ruler deserving of their loyalty and obedience. The answer that Hammurabi provided became one of the most enduring legacies of Babylonian civilization. He created a single law code that applied to all his subjects, a comprehensive set of laws that covered everything from property disputes to criminal justice, to family relationships to commercial transactions. This was the Code of Hammurabi, a set of 282 laws inscribed on a stone stele and disseminated throughout the kingdom. The code was not original to Hammurabi. Earlier kingdoms had created law codes, including Sumerian ones that stretched back centuries. But the Code of Hammurabi was more comprehensive than any that came before, and more importantly, it was applied universally across his entire kingdom. The genius of the Code of Hammurabi lay not just in its comprehensiveness, but in its sophisticated use as an instrument of political control and social cohesion across a diverse and newly conquered empire. By establishing a single code of laws that applied to all subjects, Hammurabi created a sense of unity and shared governance. A subject in Lhasa was now subject to the same laws as a subject in Babylon. A merchant in Ur now followed the same commercial regulations as a merchant in Eshnunna. More than that, by making the laws publicly known, by inscribing them on stone where anyone could read them or have them read to them, Hammurabi created a sense that the law was not arbitrary, not the whim of a king, but something stable and predictable. People knew what to expect. They knew what would happen if they violated the law. This sense of stability and predictability was enormously valuable in holding together a newly conquered empire. It meant that people had confidence that contracts would be enforced, that disputes would be resolved fairly, that violence and arbitrary authority would not simply rule. It was not perfect justice, of course. Different classes received different punishments for the same crimes. The law reflected the hierarchical nature of Mesopotamian society, with aristocrats and free people receiving different treatment than slaves and servants. But it was justice of a kind, and that was enough to win the loyalty of ordinary people who might otherwise have resented Babylonian rule. Hammurabi also centralized the administrative system. He appointed governors to rule the conquered territories, but these governors answered directly to him and were subject to regular inspection and accountability. He created a system of reports and communications that allowed the central government in Babylon to know what was happening in distant cities. He standardized weights and measures and currency, making trade easier across his entire empire. He appointed judges and officials who were trained in Babylonian administrative practices. Over time, the local administrative systems of the conquered territories were gradually replaced by or integrated into a unified Babylonian system. A skilled administrator from Babylon could be appointed to govern a city in the south, and he would apply the same administrative practices he had learned in Babylon. A scribe trained in Babylonian scribal schools would keep records using Babylonian methods. Gradually, the empire took on a unified character, connected by shared laws, shared administrative practices, shared language and culture. The consolidation of Hammurabi's empire was also a religious process. Hammurabi presented himself as the chosen of the gods, as the one whom the gods had chosen to unite Mesopotamia and bring order to a region that had been divided and chaotic. He supported temples throughout his kingdom, ensuring that the gods received proper worship and that the priests had the resources they needed. But he also subtly elevated the importance of Babylon's patron god, Marduk. Marduk had been a relatively minor deity before, but Hammurabi promoted him to a position of supreme importance in the Babylonian pantheon. This had the effect of elevating Babylon itself, making Babylon the religious as well as the political center of the empire. It was a brilliant move, using religious sentiment to reinforce political loyalty. People came to see Babylon not just as the political capital, but as the sacred center of the civilized world, the place where the greatest god held court and where the divine will was most clearly expressed. By the time of Hammurabi's death, around 1750 before our era, Mesopotamia had been fundamentally and permanently transformed. What had been a collection of competing city-states and kingdoms, each with its own ambitions and its own vision of the future, was now a unified empire under a single ruler, consolidated through military conquest, legal innovation, and careful political strategy. The Amorite kingdoms that had emerged from the ashes of Ur III, that had competed with each other for dominance for nearly 2 centuries, were now absorbed into a single political entity. The transition from Sumerian to Amorite political dominance, a process that had taken nearly 2 centuries and had involved countless battles and negotiations, diplomatic maneuvers and internal struggles, was complete. Ur was no longer even a geographic unit with any political significance. The land that had once been the heartland of Sumerian civilization, the fertile river valleys that had nursed the birth of civilization itself, was now simply the southern provinces of the Babylonian Empire. The last echo of independent Sumerian political power had faded away. Yet the conquest by Hammurabi, despite its military might and political ruthlessness, was not a war of annihilation or a conquest of hatred. Hammurabi and the Amorite rulers who preceded him had learned and adopted Mesopotamian civilization so thoroughly that Babylonian civilization was, in many ways, a continuation and refinement of what had come before. The temples were the same temples that had served Sumerian civilization for centuries. The gods were the same gods that Sumerians had worshipped. The religious rituals and festivals continued much as they had before. The great literature of Sumer continued to be valued and studied. The traditions that had developed over thousands of years of Mesopotamian civilization remained intact. What had changed was not the civilization itself, but who ruled it, what language was spoken in daily life, what nationality the king claimed. The Amorite conquest had brought a change of dynasty, a change of power, a change in the everyday language of politics and commerce but not a fundamental transformation of the civilization's essential character. In the years immediately following Hammurabi's conquest, the final vestiges of independent Sumerian power were systematically eliminated. The city of Ur, once the great capital of the Sumerian Empire, was now just another city in Hammurabi's dominion. It had a governor appointed by the Babylonian king. It paid taxes to Babylon. Its young men served in Babylonian armies. Its merchants traded under Babylonian commercial regulations. Its temples still stood, still served the gods, but the priests who served in those temples now answered, ultimately, to the Babylonian crown. The city retained some of its religious significance because it was the seat of Nana, the moon god, one of the great deities of Mesopotamia. But politically, it had become irrelevant. The great ceremonial functions of kingship, which had once been centered in Ur, were now performed in Babylon. The symbolic functions that had once made Ur the center of the civilized world were now performed in Babylon's temples. Ur was no longer the destination for pilgrims seeking to honor the king and receive his blessing. They went to Babylon instead. The great festivals that had once brought people from across Mesopotamia to Ur were now held in Babylon. The prestige and influence that Ur had once enjoyed simply evaporated. Other Sumerian cities experienced similar fates. Uruk, once one of the greatest and most ancient cities of Mesopotamia, became a secondary city in Babylonian Mesopotamia. Nippur, the religious center of Mesopotamia, maintained its religious significance but lost its political independence. The great cities of Sumer did not disappear. They continued to exist, continued to have populations, continued to have temples and marketplaces and courts. But they were no longer independent political entities with their own kings and their own destinies. They were now incorporated into a larger political structure, subject to the laws and authority of a distant ruler, participants in an empire rather than masters of their own fates. The conquest of Sumer by Hammurabi's Babylon was not accomplished through genocide or mass destruction. There was no attempt to eliminate the Sumerian people or destroy Sumerian culture. What was eliminated was Sumerian political independence, Sumerian autonomy, the ability of Sumerian cities and Sumerian elites to determine their own future. The Sumerian people continued to exist, but they did so now as subjects of Babylon rather than as free people governing their own cities. They continued to follow their traditions, to worship their gods, to maintain their customs, but they did so now within a framework set by Babylonian rulers. Some Sumerians, particularly those among the elite and the educated classes, adapted to this new reality. They learned Akkadian more thoroughly. They adopted Babylonian administrative practices. They married into Amorite families or Amorite-influenced families. They became, in effect, Babylonians, even if they retained some cultural memory of Sumerian heritage. For ordinary people, the change was perhaps less dramatic. They paid their taxes to Babylon instead of to a Sumerian king. They served in Babylonian armies instead of Sumerian ones. They lived their lives much as they had before, following the rhythms of agriculture and trade, worshipping the same gods, performing the same rituals. The great machinery of civilization continued to function, but it now served Babylonian ends rather than Sumerian ends. What is perhaps most striking and most revealing about the conquest of Sumer by Babylon is how thoroughly and completely Sumerian political independence was eliminated, yet how carefully and deliberately the cultural and religious heritage of Sumer was preserved and transmitted forward. This was not an accident. It reflected a deliberate policy decision by Hammurabi and his successors to maintain continuity with the past, even as they fundamentally transformed the political landscape. They understood that a kingdom that respects the traditions and religions of the people it rules is far more stable than one that attempts to suppress or replace those traditions. So they continued to support the temples. They continued to allow the worship of the old gods. They continued to encourage the study and preservation of Sumerian literature and religious texts. They did all of this, even while ensuring that real political power lay in Babylonian hands, that real authority flowed from Babylon, that real decisions about the future of Mesopotamia were made in Babylon by Babylonian rulers and Babylonian officials. The Sumerian people continued to exist, but Sumer, as a political entity, was dead. The land that had been the cradle of civilization, that had witnessed the rise of the first cities and the invention of writing, that had developed complex bureaucracies and legal codes and sophisticated religious institutions, that had produced great literature and art and wisdom, was now simply a province of a larger empire. The great kings of Sumer, whose names had once been recorded in the annals and whose deeds had been celebrated in epic poems, were now figures of the past. The new rulers of Mesopotamia were the kings of Babylon, Amorite kings who had adopted Mesopotamian civilization and transformed it into something new. Something that combined elements of Amorite and Mesopotamian traditions into a hybrid civilization that would define the region for centuries to come. The preservation of Sumerian culture, despite the elimination of Sumerian political independence, was one of the great paradoxes of the ancient world, a phenomenon that would prove to be one of the most significant aspects of the transformation from Sumerian to Babylonian dominance. The temples of Sumer continued to function, but now as part of the Babylonian religious system rather than as independent institutions. The great literature of Sumer continued to be copied and studied, but now by scribes working for Babylonian rulers rather than for Sumerian ones. The Sumerian language continued to be used in religious contexts and in scholarly study, but it was no longer the everyday language of Mesopotamia. Instead, it became increasingly a language of the past, a language associated with ancient wisdom and ancient traditions, studied and preserved by those who wanted to connect with the cultural heritage of their civilization. Young men training to be priests learned Sumerian so they could perform the religious rituals correctly and understand the ancient texts that contained the wisdom of the gods. Young men training to be scribes learned Sumerian because it was the language of much of the important literature, the language in which the great deeds of ancient kings and ancient gods had been recorded. But in everyday life, in the marketplace and the palace, in the fields and the streets, the language spoken was increasingly Akkadian, the language of the Amorite rulers and the language of the new Babylonian civilization. The temples became the great repositories of Sumerian culture. The priesthood, having lost political power when the Sumerian kings fell, redoubled their commitment to preserving the religious traditions and the cultural knowledge of their ancestors. Libraries in the temples accumulated copies of the great works of Sumerian literature. Scribes working for the temples took on the responsibility of preserving texts and knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. In the temple of Nippur, the great religious center of Mesopotamia, in the temple of Nana in in the temples throughout the land that had once been Sumer, copies of ancient texts were carefully maintained and protected as sacred treasures by successive generations of priests. The Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth that incorporated Sumerian religious traditions, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the great Mesopotamian tale of kingship and mortality, and the quest for immortality, the hymns and prayers and mythological texts that had been composed by Sumerian poets centuries before. All of these were preserved in temple libraries, copied and recopied, kept alive through the dedication of priests and scribes who understood their value and their importance to maintaining the connection with the ancient past. This preservation of culture, in the absence of political power, was not unique to Sumer. Throughout human history, it has happened repeatedly. When a people lose political independence, they sometimes cling more fiercely to their cultural traditions, seeing in those traditions a connection to their past and a definition of who they are that transcends political boundaries. But in the case of Sumer, the preservation of culture was made possible not by the resistance of the conquered people, but by the receptiveness of the conquerors. The Babylonian rulers, themselves descended from Amorite nomads who had settled in Mesopotamia and adopted local traditions, understood the value of what they had conquered. They recognized that the temples and the texts and the traditions they had inherited from Sumer were treasures to be preserved and valued, not relics to be discarded. And so, they provided the resources and the security and the institutional framework that allowed Sumerian culture to survive and be transmitted to future generations. The relationship between Sumerian and Babylonian civilization is one of the most important in the history of the ancient world. Babylon did not destroy Sumer so much as absorb it, incorporating it into a larger civilization that drew from Sumerian traditions while adding new elements that reflected Amorite and Akkadian influences. The result was not purely Sumerian and not purely Babylonian, but rather a synthesis that took the best of both traditions and created something greater than either could have created alone. The legal codes of Babylon drew on Sumerian legal traditions, but refined and systematized them. The religious practices of Babylon maintained continuity with Sumerian religious practices, but subordinated them to a new religious hierarchy that placed Babylon and the god Marduk at the center. The administrative systems of Babylon were based on Sumerian precedents, but were modified to serve the needs of a larger, more diverse empire. The Akkadian language, which had already displaced Sumerian in everyday speech before the Amorite conquest, continued to dominate, but Sumerian remained important in religious and scholarly contexts. What emerged from this synthesis was a civilization that fundamentally and deliberately looked back to Sumer for its cultural heritage and its legitimacy, that proudly claimed to be the heir and successor of Sumerian traditions while being fundamentally and irreversibly transformed by Amorite and Akkadian influences, creating something entirely new. Hammurabi himself consciously adopted the symbols and language of Sumerian kingship, even though he was not a Sumerian and did not speak Sumerian as his first language. He commissioned texts in which he was portrayed as the chosen of the gods, as a wise ruler who brought order and justice to a chaotic world, as the rightful successor to the great kings of the past. These texts drew explicitly on Sumerian models of kingship and on Sumerian religious traditions. In this way, Hammurabi was claiming legitimacy not just through conquest and military might, but through cultural continuity, through the assertion that he was the rightful heir to the great traditions of Sumerian civilization. The memory of Sumer, in other words, became more important after Sumer ceased to exist as a political entity than it had been when Sumer was a living, functioning political power. As long as Sumer existed as an independent kingdom, its cultural achievements could be attributed to that specific polity, that specific government, those specific kings and officials and priests. But once Sumer had been conquered and incorporated into Babylon, Sumerian cultural achievements became the common heritage of Mesopotamian civilization, something that all the peoples of Mesopotamia could claim as part of their shared past. The great works of Sumerian literature became classics of Mesopotamian literature. The achievements of Sumerian kings became part of the history of Mesopotamian kingship. The religious traditions of Sumer became part of the religious traditions of Mesopotamia. What had been specific and particular became universal and shared. This transformation of Sumer from a political entity to a cultural legacy was complete by the time of Hammurabi's death. But the consequences of that transformation would continue to unfold for centuries and millennia afterward. Sumer was gone, but Sumerian civilization lived on, embodied now in the civilization of Babylon, which would itself eventually fall to the Assyrians, and then to the Persians, and then to the Greeks under Alexander. But at each stage, The legacy of Sumer would be passed forward, preserved in texts and temples and traditions, influencing the civilizations that came after. The temples of Sumer would be rebuilt and rededicated by new conquerors. The texts of Sumer would be copied by scribes serving new masters. The gods of Sumer would be worshipped by people who no longer spoke the Sumerian language, but who recognized the value and the power of Sumerian religious traditions. In this way, Sumer achieved a kind of immortality, not through the persistence of its political power, but through the enduring influence of its culture. The question of what Sumer's end means and what it signifies for human civilization and the nature of political power is far more complicated than it might first appear. Sumer did not end with a single dramatic collapse or a violent overthrow, though Ur's fall to the Elamites centuries before was violent, and the subsequent wars and conquest campaigns under Hammurabi were brutal. Rather, Sumer ended gradually, almost imperceptibly, as political power shifted from Sumerian hands to Amorite hands, as Akkadian replaced Sumerian in everyday speech, as the temples and cities that had once been centers of Sumerian power became incorporated into larger political entities. There was no clear moment when you could point and say, "Here is where Sumer ended." Instead, it was a process spanning centuries, a transformation that was only fully apparent in retrospect. Yet the end was real. By the time of Hammurabi's conquest, the world that had been Sumer had been fundamentally transformed. The political institutions that had characterized Sumerian civilization were gone. The language that had defined Sumerian identity was fading from everyday use. The kings who had ruled Sumer were dead, and their kingdoms had been absorbed into larger empires. What remained was not Sumer, but a memory of Sumer, a cultural heritage that would be preserved and valued, but that was no longer the living, breathing reality that it had been for thousands of years. The enduring legacy of Sumer, which would persist for thousands of years after the extinction of Sumerian political power, was vast and profound in ways that went far beyond what any single kingdom or any single ruler could have imagined. The system of writing that the Sumerians had developed, cuneiform, would continue to be used throughout the ancient world for centuries, serving as the means by which empires recorded their laws, and kings recorded their deeds, and merchants recorded their transactions, and poets recorded their verses. The mathematical and astronomical knowledge that the Sumerians had accumulated, preserved in thousands of cuneiform tablets, would influence the development of science and mathematics in the ancient world. The legal traditions that the Sumerians had developed, codified in the Code of Hammurabi, which drew explicitly on Sumerian precedents, would shape the legal systems of civilizations throughout the ancient world. The religious concepts and practices that the Sumerians had developed would be adopted and adapted by the civilizations that came after them. The great literature of Sumer, particularly the Epic of Gilgamesh, would be copied and transmitted and studied for millennia, inspiring later writers and shaping the way that people thought about kingship and mortality and the human condition. But perhaps the most important and enduring legacy of Sumer was the very idea of civilization itself, the fundamental concept that would shape all human societies that came after. The Sumerians had demonstrated that human beings were capable of building something greater than themselves, of creating cities and states and sophisticated bureaucracies, of developing comprehensive systems of law and justice, of creating great art and monumental literature and enduring philosophy. They had shown that it was possible to live together in large numbers, to organize society in ways that were sophisticated and complex and stable, to create something that transcended the individual and connected people to something larger than themselves, something that would endure beyond any single person's lifetime. This profound idea, once demonstrated so clearly by the Sumerians, became one of the foundational concepts of human civilization. Every civilization that came after, every empire that rose and fell, every kingdom that was built and destroyed was built on the foundation of this idea that the Sumerians had first demonstrated. In this sense, Sumer never truly ended. Its fundamental insights about how to organize human society, its great achievements in culture and learning, its demonstration that civilization was possible and valuable, these things persist to the present day. The end of Sumerian political independence in the time of Hammurabi marks a crucial transition in the history of the ancient world. It marks the moment when the Amorite kingdoms that had emerged from the ashes of Ur III coalesced into a single, dominant power. It marks the moment when Akkadian, the language of administration and commerce for centuries, finally displaced Sumerian as the everyday language of Mesopotamia. It marks the moment when Mesopotamian civilization, which had been defined for thousands of years by the achievements and traditions of the Sumerian people, became something new, something that incorporated Sumerian elements but was fundamentally shaped by Amorite and Akkadian influences. It marks the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. Yet even as we mark the end of Sumer, we must acknowledge that the end was not truly an ending, but rather a profound and fundamental transformation. The Sumerian people did not disappear from history or from the earth. They were absorbed into the larger Mesopotamian civilization that was taking shape under Amorite and Babylonian rule. Their identity gradually merging with new identities forged through conquest and coexistence. Their language did not disappear entirely. It persisted as a language of learning and religion, of scholarship and sacred ritual, even as Akkadian became the everyday language of the marketplace and the street. Their culture did not disappear. It was carefully preserved in temples and in cuneiform texts, passed down through the dedication of priests and scribes who recognized its profound value and importance. Their achievements did not disappear. They became part of the shared heritage of Mesopotamian civilization, attributed no longer to a specific political entity or a specific people, but to humanity itself, to the collective wisdom and creativity of all peoples. Sumer had fallen, and Sumerian political power had been extinguished. But Sumerian civilization lived on, embodied now in new forms and new contexts, but still recognizable, still bearing the unmistakable marks of its Sumerian origins. In this sense, the fall of Sumer was not a loss, but a transformation, a profound moment when a particular civilization dissolved into the broader flow of human history, its essential achievements and insights preserved and faithfully passed forward to the future, ensuring that the legacy of Sumer would shape civilizations for millennia to come.